Oops, sorry. Well, welcome back, everybody. We're here for our regularly scheduled council meeting of January 12th. We'll start with the invocation, which we observe with a moment of silence, and then the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with for all. Thank you, everybody. And next up, we have roll call. Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Agent,
Here.
Clegg,
Here.
Halliburton.
Here.
Sanchez,
Here.
Thompson,
Here.
Woodings,
Here.
all present.
Thank you. Item number 4 is a request for approval of the minutes from January 5th, both the work session and regular evening meeting.
Madam Mayor, I move approval of the minutes for the City Council work session and regular evening meeting of January 5th.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Clegg,
Yes.
Halliburton,
Yes.
Sanchez,
Yes.
Thompson,
Yes.
Woodings,
Yes.
Agent,
Yes.
all in favor, motion carries.
And next up, under special business, we have the appointment of Sarah Borden as our Human Resources Director. And just, I wanted to say a couple things in introducing Sarah. Many of you, I believe, on the council at least, and many employees throughout our city know Sarah well because she has provided organizational development and other services for the city for many years now, in addition to her other experience. When we lost Kelsey, who was a great HR director, and began to look for another one as Sarah rose to the top, I first want to say I was so pleased that she was interested in this role. But then it became clear that she really was the right candidate for the time. And I think multiple council people have had the chance to meet with Sarah, so you know more about her just from your own conversations. But I was very pleased that Sarah was interested and then accepted the position pending confirmation this evening. And with that, I'd put the matter before council.
Madam Mayor, I would, because this is an appointment of a director, I'm going to do this as a motion.
Sure.
I would move that we appoint Sarah Borden to serve as the Human Resources Director for the City of Boise.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Madam Mayor, thank you. I've been able to work with Sarah now for quite a few years as she helped the City Council with some of our strategic planning and internal planning for things around the city. I did get to interview Sarah, and in that interview learned even more about her, and makes me even more excited to have her as our new Human Resources Director. I think she not only brings a great deal of knowledge about the city and how it works, but also a great deal of experience with organizations and organizational excellence and building cultures toward that excellence. And I really look forward to having her serve in this capacity.
Madam Mayor.
Yes. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I had the good fortune to chat with Sarah during the process, and I really appreciate Sarah's frank nature. I asked her very pointed questions and she didn't duck them. She answered them straightforwardly. And one of the first questions I asked is, as somebody who has interacted with the city, what do you think we could do better? And she listed those things. And I found that to be very refreshing to have somebody just not sugarcoat things and say, these are things that I think could be improved. And so I'm so looking forward to her joining our staff. So welcome, Sarah.
Madam Mayor,
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. I also had the opportunity to chat with Sarah, and I was really impressed with her view that we can really empower our employees to do their very best in their service to the citizens of Boise. We had a really extensive conversation about employee empowerment, making sure that we have a culture where everybody feels like their voice is able to be heard, that they can show up and do their best at work, and not have people not wanting to rock the boat for various reasons, and bringing their best ideas to work. So I'm very excited about this appointment.
Madam Mayor,
Yes, go ahead.
thank you. About this time last year, I had the great opportunity to meet with all the directors. As a new city council person, I got to make the rounds. And one of the things I was impressed with was the excellence that people brought to the table and the desire to, be the best, insert name of your department in the entire country. And I just couldn't believe the talent that we had at the table. I met with Sarah last week, and I'm excited that she brings that same level of excitement to the table, knowing that, now is a very challenging time to be any director, but the director of HR is certainly not an easy one when it comes to team building during virtual meetings and all the different things that we're experiencing right now. I'm very excited to have her on board and excited to vote her in today.
Excellent. Well, thank you for your comments. And with that, I think the matter is properly before us. Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Clegg,
Yes.
Halliburton,
Yes.
Sanchez,
Yes.
Thompson,
What happened?
I think you said yes.
Councilmember Thompson?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Woodings,
Yes.
Agent.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Well, thank you all. Sarah's actually here. Sarah, if you'd like to come up, you're welcome to say a few words or a page and a half or whatever that is in front of you. And welcome and congratulations.
Thank you so much. This is big font, so I won't take too long. But I very much appreciate the words that I just heard. And it feels like I'm happy to start in a role where I already feel in alignment with many of you. I think that's really important, and that we can be frank and open, especially during times like now. So thank you so much for placing your trust in me to take on the role. Super excited about it, really grateful for the opportunity. I also want to echo the thanks to Kelsey Stewart. She's leaving me with a really phenomenal department, and I want us all to, we all know that, but I just want to really acknowledge that. She poured her heart and soul into the department, and she's loved by many. So she's making it easy on me, and I wish her well. I know she's going to rock whatever she does and how she moves forward next. I also want to thank Corey Pence. He's been the interim director. That's tough to do, especially, being a director and then also having a day job. So very much appreciate his work. And I just want to say how excited I am to join the Boise team and give back to my community. It's where we bought our first house, raised our kids. This really is where we belong. And to be in service of the community, I take very seriously, and I really treasure that opportunity. And just really quick, I know it's been a really tough year on many levels. We saw racial injustice, we've surviving a pandemic, the current unrest. It's just a really unsettling time. And I really believe the role of human resources can help in defining what this next normal is going to look like. People are wondering, they're anxious. How do we help people sort of get through so they can bring their best day? I also just want to quickly comment on the vision of creating a city for everyone. That really resonates with me. It's what I value. It's how we raised our kids. And so in partnership with the other directors, I'm excited to provide leadership and support to really realize this vision. And what that means is whether you're a city staff member or a member of the community, you should be welcomed, supported, and included as your authentic self every day. That's what I'm going to bring in my leadership. And I know we're all in this together. That's what we all need to do as partners and leaders for the city. So I just want to say how grateful and excited I am to be joining the city, and especially the human resource team, all the professionals who worked so hard over the last year. It's been a tough one, and they've carried through wonderfully for 1,700 employees. So I look forward to learning and innovating with all of you, and I can't wait to get started. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
In before times, there'd be lots of people here clapping, so I'll just say congratulations. Thanks, Sarah, and welcome. Look forward to working with you. All right, next up, we have the consent agenda. All items with an asterisk are considered to be routine by the council and will be enacted by one motion. There will be no separate discussion on these items unless a council member or citizen so requests, in which case the item will be removed from the general order of business and considered in its normal sequence.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I move we approve the consent agenda as presented.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, clerk, will you please call the roll?
Clegg,
Yes.
Halliburton,
Yes.
Sanchez,
Yes.
Thompson,
Yes.
Woodings,
Yes.
Agent.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Thanks. Next up, we have the reading of ordinances. Nothing on the first reading calendar, so we'll move to second reading.
Madam Mayor, I ask unanimous consent that all ordinances on the second reading calendar be read by number and title only and filed for the third reading calendar.
Without objection.
ORD-1-21, an ordinance CAR 19-0006 for property located at 270 East Myrtle Street, amending zoning classifications of the city of Boise City to change the classification of real property particularly described in section 1 of this ordinance from residential office with downtown design review R-ODD to central business district with downtown design review and a development agreement C-5DDDA, sending forth a reasoned statement in support of such zone change and provide an effective date.
Thank you, Char. Next up, we have the third reading calendar. There are two ordinances there.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move that further reading of ORD 5220 and 5320 be dispensed with and the record reflect that they have been read for the third time in full.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Clerk, will you call the roll?
Clegg,
Yes.
Halliburton,
Yes.
Sanchez,
Yes.
Thompson,
Yes.
Woodings,
Yes.
Agent.
Yes.
Motion carries. ORD-52-20, an ordinance CAR 20-0005 South Point LLC for property located at 9933 and 10151 West Victory Road, annexing 19.28 acres of certain lands and territory situated in Ada County, Idaho, adjacent and contiguous to the corporate limits of the city of Boise City, establishing and determining the land use classification of said 19.28 acres as R-1B single-family residential, setting forth a reasoned statement in support of such annexation and zone change, directing the city engineer to lodge and file legal description and map for said annexed lands and territory, providing that copies of this ordinance shall be filed with the Ada County Auditor, the Ada County Treasurer, the Ada County Assessor, the Ada County Recorder, and the Idaho State Tax Commission, providing that a copy of said legal description and map of said annexed lands and territory be recorded with the Ada County Recorder and filed with the Ada County Assessor and the Idaho State Tax Commission as required by law and provide an effective date. ORD-53-20, an ordinance amending Boise City Code, Title 5, Chapter 2, Section 10, unlawful consumption of or possession of alcoholic beverages in public place, to strike subsection D, amending Boise City Code, Title 3, Chapter 13, Article B, commercial transportation vehicles, to add legal authority, purpose, scope, and general licensing provisions applicable sections, to add and amend definitions, to amend license renewal provisions, to increase minimum insurance requirement, to provide specific restrictions on non-motorized commercial transportation vehicle licenses, to prohibit the transfer of all commercial transportation service licenses, to provide a measurement of sound, to provide for the immediate suspension or revocation of a commercial transportation vehicle that does not conform with vehicle inspection standards and requirements, to renumber the chapter sections, approving a summary of the ordinance, and provide an effective date.
Madam Mayor, I move we approve ORD 5220 and ORD 5320.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Madam Mayor,
Oh, yes, sorry, go ahead.
just real quick before we call the roll, I wanted to point out that ORD 53-20 is the ordinance that repeals the ability of bike bars to have alcohol on board. This has been something we've been working on for a long time. We heard from bike bar owners, many citizens, downtown businesses, and this seemed like the most prudent course of action, given everything that we heard and learned in that process. So it felt to City Council like this was the way that we needed to go. It also has some other prohibitions, like for really loud music. So hopefully we'll have a little bit more peaceful environment in downtown in the coming summer, and still allow the bike bars to do pub crawls as usual.
Other comments? Sorry about that, council member. I was remiss in cutting you off. All right, clerk, will you please call the roll?
Clegg,
Yes.
Halliburton,
Yes.
Sanchez,
Yes.
Thompson,
Yes.
Woodings,
Yes.
Agent.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Thank you. We have no unfinished business. And first and new business is under subdivisions, the Vancouver subdivision, SUB 20-52. Hello, Cody, welcome. And this one, this is where the public hearing portion of the evening starts. So as we go through this, I will, if people have signed up in advance, just so everybody knows how this works, because there are only 2 people here, it's nice to see you both, in the room. We have many people on different items that have signed up in advance that are likely online. So as we go through each item on here, we'll start with staff, then go to the applicant. All the applicants, it looks like, are online as well. I'll check in to see if a neighborhood association rep is here, and then we'll move into folks that have signed up in advance. And with the one item, I'd have you 2 go first if you, in case you want to leave, you can let me know. And so if you were here to testify on an item and you didn't sign up in advance, here meaning in the Zoom waiting room, just raise your little Zoom hand and we'll call on you as we go through the list. And with that, Cody, welcome. Good to see you.
Hi, Madam Mayor, members of council. Can everyone hear me and see my screen? Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. This item is a preliminary and final plat for subdivision that includes 4 buildable lots. The 0.2 acre site is addressed at 3005 West Malad Street in an R2 or medium density residential zone. For those unfamiliar with the area, it's just west of Shoshone Park. The subdivision again includes 4 buildable lots, each that will be occupied by a townhome. Those townhomes will be attached in pairs of 2. The homes will be located behind existing attached sidewalk and new landscaping on each street. The new trees will offset any impact from the removal of a few existing trees. I would note that the existing trees are actually quite unhealthy, and with the exception of one, probably do need to be removed regardless of development. From a design perspective, we were a bit concerned with the front facades of these buildings. And with the planned unit development, we required the applicant to provide additional materials, variation in color to offset those concerns. The applicant did agree with those requirements. The item was heard by the Planning and Zoning Commission in November, where it was unopposed. The PUD or planned unit development was not appealed, so it is only the subdivision that's before you this evening. Consistent with the commission's recommendation, we are recommending you approve the subdivision this evening. Thank you.
Thanks, Cody. Any questions for Cody? Nope. All right. The applicant, Ben Semple. Are you with us, Ben?
Yep.
Hello there. Is there anything you'd like to add or address, point out, et cetera?
Madam Mayor, members of City Council, as Cody stated, we are in agreement with all the terms and conditions and site-specific conditions of approval contained in the staff report, and really have no concerns about anything else within there. So I would stand for any questions that you may have.
Great. Thanks, Ben. Are there questions for the applicant? Looks like you're getting off easy tonight. Thank you, Ben.
Thank you.
So I just want to check, nobody has signed up in advance for this item. Please raise your little hand if you were here to talk about it. The neighborhood association of record is Vista. We had no indication that you'd be speaking, but I just want to check on that too.
There is no one, Madam Mayor.
All right, the record will reflect that nobody's raised their hands. And with that, before we close, are there further questions for staff? All right, then I think a motion is due. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I move approval of subdivision SUB 20-52 Boise City preliminary and final plat, Vancouver subdivision 3005 West Malad Street.
Second.
A motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, clerk, will you call the roll, please?
Clegg,
Yes.
Halliburton,
Yes.
Sanchez,
Yes.
Thompson,
Yes.
Woodings,
Yes.
Agent.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Thank you. Okay, next up, we have the appeal of a Historic Preservation Commission's denial for a certificate of appropriateness, DRH 20-388. For this one, Ted, welcome. Ted is a member of our staff. He'll be presenting on behalf of the city. Then we have the appellant / applicant, because they're both a team of people. So I'll probably look to Jeff Bauer or Amy Algeier to let me know who's speaking first. We have, we think, Brittany Sigliano from the East End Neighborhood Association. And then I have a list of individuals who have said in advance they'd like to speak, so I'll go through that list. And with that, Ted, and again, I just want to remind folks, if you are party of record and I don't call on you, just raise your hand. So with that, Ted, go ahead and you can start.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to ensure that my screen is up and visible.
Yep, we can see it.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, City Council. The item before you is an appeal of the Historic Preservation Commission's decision to deny a request to demolish a contributing structure in the East End Historic District. This is an aerial of the property located at 1007 East Bannock Street. It is an approximately 9,900 square foot interior lot, which is quite large, especially by historic district standards. These are elevation photos of the house as it sits today on the property. The structural reports provided in the application indicate there is little to no structural support system in the walls. There is no wall framing, rather the walls are comprised of a buildup of sheathing and siding. The city building inspector noted that the walls would need to be completely replaced with new structurally supported walls. The commission decision, however, centered on two main points. The appellants should, or the applicants should have known ahead of time how the walls were constructed, and they would not have then begun preparation for the basement, addition, and roof, which were previously approved. Additionally, they mentioned that there is a creative or out-of-the-box solution for supporting the walls without demolition. They encouraged the applicant to explore this further with their structural professional team. The grounds for appeal are as follows. The decision was in error. Not only did the appellants provide the required two structural reports indicating demolition was necessary, but the city also inspected the site and agreed that the walls needed to be demolished. The second concerned the new construction and that the decision was arbitrary and capricious because the new home meets all the applicable standards for new construction in the historic districts. On both of these, the planning team did agree. The planning team did initially recommend approval of this demolition. And on the second item, the planning team agreed that the new construction plans did generally meet the requirements, the design requirements of the historic district and the guidelines. The slide shows an existing and proposed site plan. As you can see, the new building footprint on the left, on the right, will be larger than the original. However, it still remains within the 35% lot coverage requirement and meets all required setbacks for the zone. Additionally, the lot at 9,900 square feet is quite large and can accommodate a larger house. This slide shows the elevation drawings for the proposed new house. At 25 feet 11 inches, the peak height will be larger than the existing house, which is about 20 feet in height. However, as previously mentioned, the lot is quite large, and there are other 1.5 and 2-story houses on this block. So this would not be out of character for the neighborhood. Additionally, the design is compatible with the neighborhood and historic district. The structure, though large, does not come across as a massive house because the massing is broken up by using steep gable pitches and dormers. This is a photo showing the adjacent houses. And then this is a photo of a couple of other 2-story houses on this same block. Due to the structural reports provided and the determination by the city building inspector, staff recommends the city council uphold the appeal of DRH 20-388. Thank you.
Are there any questions, Ted?
Madam Mayor,
Go ahead.
Ted, could you go back to the site plan slide?
Apologies, there it is.
Thank you. So, thank you. I appreciate it. This structure, as I understand it, had an approval to be improved, leaving the historic structure in place. Did that approval include additions above ground, or was it just the basement and renovation?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Clegg, the previous approval was for a porch that would partially wrap around the east side of the home. It was for a basement and a rear addition.
Okay, so I guess my question really has to do with the replacement building as much as it does. I have read the engineer reports and understand the difficulty with the existing building, but it's such a big building compared to what was originally there and compared, I think, also to what was originally proposed. And wonder if the setbacks fit within the historic district guidelines of this specific historic district.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Clegg, the setbacks do meet the requirements of the zone. The house would be, the front setbacks are generally within about 5 feet of the rest of the block. The side setbacks do go right up to the 5-foot setback line, which is closer than, generally closer than many houses in the historic district and some on this block. However, on previous applications, the commission the Historic Preservation Commission on reviewing new construction has approved houses meeting the required setback for the zone.
And so if I'm hearing you correctly, the suggested guidelines include a bigger setback than is required by the zone, and these meet the zone, but not those suggested guidelines. Is that correct?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Clegg, that is generally correct, yes.
And so I guess my question is, given if we were to uphold this appeal, we'd be upholding not just the demolition of the building, but also the certificate of appropriateness for the new building. Do we have any leeway on that second part?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Clegg, what is before you would be the appeal of the entire application, which includes the demolition and the new construction. But I believe that you could, partition that and approve if it was the will of the council to approve the demolition and not approve the new construction.
Thank you.
And I just have a clarifying question, Ted. I don't know that I'm in play for a vote, but I think I read and I think I heard you say, but I just want to make sure that this new design falls beneath the, is it 35% recommended maximum lot coverage? So it falls within those guidelines?
Madam Mayor, that is correct.
Madam Mayor,
Yes, go ahead, Councilman Bajent.
Ted, I have a question from you to make sure that I didn't miss anything in the record here. And the question is, on the one hand, this is with regard to whether the building should be demolished or needs to be demolished. On the one hand, there are 2 engineers' reports, and there's our own building inspector saying yes. And I know the commission reached a different decision, but I'm wondering what evidence there was for that. Was there another engineering report, conflicting information in our building inspector's report, some other piece of evidence that the commission may have relied on to reach that decision?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Bajent, there weren't any other engineering or structural reports presented to the contrary, just testimony from some public members and from our commission members.
Okay, thank you so much.
All right, I can't see Councilmember Thompson, but I think if he was unmuted, he'd pop up. So with that, I'm going to move to the applicant. I didn't mean to call you out, TJ. I just want to make sure I wasn't not calling somebody before I move on. Hey, Jeff. So we'll move on to the applicant and then have another chance for questions. Hi there.
Can you guys hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, council members. Jeff Bauer, 601 West Bannock. I'm a land use attorney with Gibbons Pursley, and I'm here on behalf of the appellants tonight, Burke Archibald and Lisa Ilaretta. They're the owners of the property. Joining us virtually is Amy Algier, our architect for this project. I'm going to touch on the demolition issues. Amy is going to talk about how the new home that is proposed does comply with all of the historic design guidelines, as well as the city zoning code. And then to wrap it all up, Mr. Archibald is going to give some testimony about the process, how they've endeavored to work collaboratively with their neighbors who are in support of this project, as well as redesigning multiple times with Amy to bring this project before you today. We are here on a certificate of appropriateness and a denial from the HPC. And we did provide a pretty detailed memorandum laying out all those errors, which I believe Ted has summarized very well, so I won't detail that. This is a unique certificate of appropriateness because of the building inspector's involvement in this case. While this certificate application was pending, after we had applied for demolition, the building inspector weighed in and determined that demolition of the structure was necessary. And there were 2 reasons for that. One is the inadequate framing. These existing walls on the perimeter have no studs, and he also looked to an inferior foundation as well. Both of those things justified demolition. And before I get into the specific reasons why we think legally it was an error to deny demolition, I do just want to run through a few more facts about the property. Burke and Lisa did buy it in 2018. Again, as Ted mentioned, it is a very large lot, almost a quarter acre, 10,000 square feet. When the lot was purchased, it has 3 structures that you see on that site plan. The ADU down at the bottom left and the garage are existing and are not proposed to be renovated in any way. And then the existing dwelling, the 3rd structure, as existed, was 899 square feet. To make this dwelling functional for their family of 4, 2 kids, they did hire Amy to redesign it and propose a remodel. And as the council is aware, this has gone through several iterations. The first application, the first certificate of appropriateness approved in 2019, did allow for demolition of the rear of the structure and the sides of the structure, the addition of a porch, a large addition off the back and sides, as well as a new basement. Pursuant to that approval in 2019, construction drawings were prepared, building permits were pulled, and that project actually commenced. When the contractor got into the work, they realized that there were structural problems. The first problem they noticed was with the roof. When they found out that the roof was no longer structurally sound and didn't meet code, they stopped all work. They went back to city staff, applied for another certificate, and got a modification to remove and replace the roof. And I'm telling you this just because these have been model citizens following the process. And I think that's important in this case. It shows their clear intent that demolition, wasn't the goal from the outset. They've spent a lot of money trying to build this house. That modification was approved. Work started again, I believe around June of 2020, when they started to open up the sidewalls and realized there were no studs. At that point, work stopped again. We came back to staff, asked what we should do. And at that point, it was determined that a third certificate of appropriateness was necessary. Before that was filed, we hired 2 structural engineers to come look at the site. Essentially, their conclusion was that there was no way to feasibly save these exterior walls based on the inadequate framing. Really, when you look at these walls, there again are no studs. It's just vertical boards that are essentially siding stacked together. So after consulting with these engineers, they determined there was no feasible way to save these exterior walls. And we filed the third certificate of appropriateness, asking for demolition and proposing this new home. That third certificate was filed on August 22nd, 2020. And I'll answer some of Councilman Clegg's questions here real quick, out of order on my presentation, but the proposed structure does exceed all setbacks. I think if you look at the project report, the front setback requirement is 15 or 21. Both side setbacks required is 5. On the east were 9, and on the west were 6.5. And on the rear setback were greater than 15 by far. With the submission of that application, we also submitted the engineering reports that Ted mentioned. Those reports were submitted not just to staff, but also to the building department. And once they got those reports, building department, city inspectors came out and also inspected the property. And after looking at our reports and their own inspection, Bob Archibald, the city's building inspection manager, did email planning staff, historic planning staff, on September 2nd and affirmatively stated that demolition under these circumstances was appropriate. So here we are, having already filed and getting that certification from the building inspector. So we were set for hearing. We went to the commission. In preparation for that hearing, Ted's staff memorandum specifically said, staff's hands were tied because of the building inspector's conclusion. And I believe his language was that he had no alternative but to recommend demolition. At the hearing, it didn't, there was no countervailing evidence, Councilmember Bajent, and notwithstanding Ted's staff report and the building inspector, the commission did vote to deny the project. And it was primarily based on the demolition issue as opposed to the home that we had proposed. So that brings us to today and this appeal hearing. And again, we've raised these arguments in detail, but in summary, our argument is pretty straightforward. Because the city's building inspector specifically stated demolition was required, that took this issue of demolition out of the jurisdiction of the Historic Preservation Commission under Idaho law. And this is because historic preservation bodies in Idaho are governed by Idaho statutes, specifically the Preservation of Historic Sites Act. And that act also creates the Certificate of Appropriateness application and framework. The city of Boise and your own code have pretty much verbatim incorporated that Historic Preservation Sites Act. And so both the state code and the city code provide that historic preservation regulations, including the Certificate of Appropriateness process, can't prevent demolition if the city's building inspector determines demolition is needed. That's the main framework of our argument here. In this case, as you know, because we got that determination, the HPC erred in denying the demolition. At this point, no further approvals are needed for demolition of this dwelling, except a routine request for a demolition permit from the city. Even though the HPC approval isn't, we believe, on appeal tonight because we can go seek demolition separately, we are asking the council to find error tonight, mainly to clear the record and provide city staff clear direction going forward. In addition to that error, as Amy will discuss shortly, the HPC's decision denying the new home was also arbitrary and capricious because they ignored the historic design guidelines and the city code with respect to zoning setbacks. That's all I have for the council tonight. And if there are any questions, I'll answer them, but otherwise I'll turn it over to Amy.
Madam Mayor.
Yep.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions. The orientation of this house and the setback that has the lease space on the west side has a full height gable just 6 feet from a building that also is very close to the setback. What made you decide to put the largest gable so close to that particular building?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Clegg, that is probably a question that Amy can field better, but I can say that neighbor is in support of the project and has no objections to the design or setback. And I believe it's not shown on this elevation, but I believe there is a setback, I'm sorry, a step down with a bay window on that side.
Okay, thank you. Second question, if I could, and again, I don't know who this is for, so when other folks come up, if someone else is better to answer this. If we do uphold your, or if we do find in your favor tonight and uphold the appeal and allow the demolition, what do you plan to do with the materials from the existing house? It occurs to me that if these are 1x12s, they're probably vertical grain fir and they're probably wood that could be reused. Do you have any plans to deconstruct and reuse that wood?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Clegg, yes. So far on the project, anything that's been salvageable, windows, siding, and all of that has been either reused or donated. And anything that we can on site to salvage the historic materials will be done. And we're fine with the condition in that regard.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Amy. We are ready. We've got just over, I don't know if you guys can see the timer, but we've got just over a minute. What did we give the applicant? Was it 10 minutes? Okay.
And Madam Mayor, we did speak to Ted this afternoon and he gave us 20 minutes. I don't think we'll need it, but Amy might need more than a minute 15.
Yeah. I was about to suggest that, well, I'll have Amy respond to that and then I'll make a suggestion. Go ahead, Amy.
Okay, I need about 4 minutes and I'll try to be brief. Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council members. My name is Amy Allgaier. I'm the architect for this project. I live at 948 East Monarch Street in Eagle. With regard to the proposed home design, we tried very closely to follow the city's historic guidelines. Cody Riddle states in his staff report for the appeal that the proposed home is, it meets the standards of the guidelines in the ordinance and it could be approved on its own merit. And Ted stated in his original historic staff report that the plans that we submitted were compatible with the historic district and would have a positive effect on the district. In terms of design specifics, the guidelines suggest a maximum lot coverage of 35%. Our proposed lot coverage is below that at 34.1%, and we've provided greater setbacks on the front, the sides, and the rear than the zoning ordinance requires. It's also important to note that there's both an existing garage and a separate ADU already on this property. So we've been able to meet that lot coverage limit while also providing the required off-street parking and a second dwelling unit. The historic guidelines recommend that new homes be single-story or story and a half, unless the houses on either side of the property are two-story homes. The homes on both sides of this property are two-story homes. And in fact, all 7 homes on this block are partial or full two-story homes. The proposed home is designed to appear as a partial two-story home, which means we've tried to tuck that second floor space into an attic and utilize dormers, like many homes in the historic districts. This has allowed us to keep the massing of the home smaller and similar to other homes on the block. The height of a home in this zone is limited to 35 feet. The proposed height of this home is 9 feet below that at 26 feet 1. Now, the massing of the proposed home fits in actually well with its neighbors. By utilizing basement space, we've kept the above ground square footage to 2,900 square feet. The homes on either side of this are just slightly larger, the home to the east having 3,000 square feet above grade, and the home to the west with 3,100 square feet above grade. So the proposed home's above ground massing is very similar to the adjacent properties. And in fact, we have letters of support from both of those neighbors. We've designed this proposed home to respect the historic guidelines in numerous ways. We have a large front porch with a street-facing front door, which creates a pedestrian-friendly street edge. The front facade is heavily articulated using multiple roof forms, trapezoidal porch columns, exposed rafter tails, and a front wall that steps in and out to create texture and break up that massing. The taller second floor area is wrapped on the front, the sides, and the rear with single-story roof. And we've utilized traditional roof forms, fenestration, and materials to blend with the existing homes on the block and to make this house harmonious in the neighborhood. And this proposed home meets or betters every requirement and limitation of the zoning ordinance and the historic guidelines. We have support from both planning and historic staff for the proposed design, and we have letters of support from the adjacent neighbors. For these reasons, we feel the proposed home will be an asset to the neighborhood and it warrants approval. There were a couple questions earlier that I think maybe I need to address. The original Councilmember Clegg asked a question about.
Yeah, Amy, the answering of question doesn't count as your time. So if you had anything else that you wanted to say, I just want you to know that we're pausing the clock while you answer the council president's questions.
So that's the end of my presentation, but I know that the owners wanted to speak wanted to say something as well. So do you want me to answer questions or wait until after?
So you can go ahead and answer the questions that you had, and others might have more, and then we'll hear from Mr. Archibald.
Okay, so just the original additions that we had planned to the structure, there were additions on both the east and the west side, as well as to the back. The setback on the, let's see, the setback on the east side, which is basically the left side of the house, it is 9 feet to the porch, but that porch actually extends beyond the house itself. So our setback that we've maintained to the house is 10 feet 9 at the back, but the setback to the house at the front is over 22 feet. So we've really used much larger setbacks than we're required to have to try to minimize impact on the neighbors. With regard to the house to the east, to the east, that is a smaller setback, but as Jeff noted, there is a low one-story bay pop-out on that side, which does step that massing of that gable down to address that closer setback. And it's important to note, I think, too, the original additions that we had proposed and we had approved for this lot actually were closer to that property line than the current design. And
other questions for Amy?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Halliburton.
Go ahead.
Hey, Amy, I think that you just answered this in your last sentence, but I just want to make sure that I'm really clear. The plans that were for the original additions, they complied and they were approved within the historic limitations. Is that correct?
Councilmember Halliburton, Madam Mayor, yes, that is correct.
Perfect. That's it.
Are there others? All right, go ahead, Mr. Archibald.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and City Council members. My name is Burke Archibald. My wife, Lisa, and I are the owners of the property located at 1007 East Bannock Street. We recognize there are many larger issues for this body to consider, and thank you for hearing our appeal. Jeff and Amy have covered many of the details, and I don't want to repeat their testimony, but I would like to add just a few points of context for our project. First and foremost, historic preservation has been important to myself and Lisa. Prior to filing of this application, Lisa and I spent nearly 2 years to make sure that our previous application and project was properly permitted and approved as we worked to preserve this home. Once the structural deficiencies were identified, but before coming to the city, as has been stated, we thoroughly investigated technical solutions for our plight. But as recognized by our independent engineers and by the Boise City inspectors, this home simply structurally is insufficient to proceed with rehabilitation. As was mentioned earlier, rather than filling the landfill with materials from our home, we have removed windows, doors, hardware, cabinets, lighting fixtures, an old oil furnace, water heater, sinks, toilets, molding, and bricks. All of them have been reused, and we plan to do so with the remaining materials. While we recognize that losing a contributing property in the historic district is not desirable, we feel we have no other feasible options. Furthermore, the law clearly supports demolition of this property as outlined by Jeff Bauer. I want to say that we have taken great care to design a functionally modern home that meets all of the city standards. We've specifically talked about the setbacks, and we hired Amy for her expertise in these areas, and we appreciate her help. As Amy has laid out, the preservation staff has validated that all setbacks are met. In our opinion, written guidelines are the only thing that homeowners should be expected to design to, and we feel we have done that. Lastly, in this complex process, we have strived to be excellent neighbors. We have open conversations with all of our immediate neighbors and have shared our plans with them every step of the way. As you can see from review of the public comments and letters in support of our project, our immediate neighbors have been and remain in support of this project. As you entertain testimony tonight, I would ask that you keep in mind that every home on our block is 1.5 or 2 stories. Our proposed above ground square footage is in keeping with the immediate neighbors' homes. The mass and scale of our proposed home is in keeping with the homes on the block and does not exceed lot coverage limits, height restrictions, or setbacks. Over the last 29 months of this project, there have been multiple delays for our family. With each delay, we continue to pay property tax on a home we cannot live in. Each design revision requires direct design and engineering costs. Because of Boise's explosive growth and supply chain issues, we now find that our construction cost estimate is increased by 35% since the inception of this project. We respectfully ask to avoid any further delays that you reverse the Historic Preservation Commission decision and approve our home. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Any questions for Mr. Archibald? Doesn't look like it. All right, thanks. Before I move on, I just want to see if there are other questions for staff, and then I'll start to work through my notes on who's next. Yes or no?
Yeah, no.
Nope, okay. All right. With that, Brittany, are you on for the?
I am, yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Welcome.
Good. It's the saying of 2020, I think, and I'm trying not to carry it to 2021, but looks like it will be. Good evening, Brittany Sigliano, 403 North Mobley Drive, Boise, here on behalf of the East End Neighborhood Association this evening. Good to see you all, even if it is virtually. We find ourselves here before you all this evening for another matter surrounding our local historic districts. While the circumstances are quite different than the properties on North 5th Street and East Jefferson Street that both exhibited a complete disregard for the historic district's procedures, the issue here is still the same. The current process is flawed and has failed our residents, failed our designers, architects, and contractors. It's failed our local historic designations and ultimately is failing our city. I'd like to take just a quick moment and recognize the owners of this project and commend them for following procedures and for staying this very long course. I'd also like to thank them for their openness and willingness to communicate with Ina throughout this process. I do not believe their intentions were to ever be at this point. As Mr. Bauer pointed out, the homeowners have been model citizens with regard to the process. In fact, I believe they would have liked to have celebrated this past holiday season in their newly renovated historic home, as we are now approaching the 2-year mark for their project. In April 2019, Ina supported the plans to lift the house, add a full basement, as well as the 844 square foot addition to the main home. At the time, we voiced our concerns over the removal of an existing healthy tree and a narrow 5-foot setback on the west side of the property. We discussed this with the owners and the architect, and we were ultimately supportive of the project. As construction started and continued and progressed, and as the home was being prepared to be lifted, the lath and plaster of the interior was removed to lighten the load. I am not a homeowner. I don't know exactly how this works, but I'm not sure this was considered best practice, as most historic homes that have been moved or lifted remove nothing more than furniture. However, this process revealed a very unique method of construction that after 100+ years is now said to be structurally unsound. As I stated in my testimony before the Historic Preservation Commission, Ina never likes to see demolition, and it should always be considered as an absolute last resort for reasons that include environmental stewardship, economic sustainability, and cultural identity. At the time of the HPC hearing, Ina chose neither to support nor oppose demolition, even as much as we hate to see it. We asked the commission to make the right choice and laid our concerns instead around the new proposal. Clearly, there's a discrepancy in what the commission decided, which is why we are here this evening. You see, as I mentioned before, the historic preservation process is flawed. Under administrative review, a property may undergo a complete removal and replacement of siding, roofing, and windows. Furthermore, per Idaho code, the commission is not allowed to consider interior features. This leaves us with preservation of studs. As was asked at a council hearing last month, what is the thinking behind that? At the same time, Idaho code requires the commission to account for and limit the degree of change in exterior features in a historic district. Yet all that is allowed at the staff level. We have an opportunity and an obligation, even under state code, to do better. Should this house be repaired instead of replaced, as the Secretary of Interior standards suggest, which serve as a guidance for the commission? That decision is now up to you. The Ina board generally opposes demolition of this home. However, the stronger opposition comes to the new proposed home. What I will say is that the loss of any contributing structure in our city is certainly something to mourn, and should you proceed in that direction, this or any time, I ask that you give a great deal of scrutiny to the replacement structure and not just whether it is pretty or lovely. How does the new structure impact the existing neighborhood? How does it impact the neighbors? Those looking for their first or last home, affordability in the short and long term, the size of the existing contributing home versus that of what is being proposed. The largest of Ina's concerns surround the new structure. Similar to those of Councilmember Clegg, it is a lovely design. It is also far removed from the original proposal. We addressed these same concerns again at the HPC hearing. Since that time, we have met with the owners. While we have more of an understanding around the designs, such as the increase in cost over the last 2 years and the avoidance of false historicism, the fact of the matter is that we risk losing a contributing structure and move from just over a 1,700 square foot footprint to a 2,200 square foot footprint and an additional half story. While the proposed new home may have a smaller footprint than the 2 adjacent homes, Ina's concern is that we are going from a 900-foot contributing home to a 1,700-foot remodel to now a 2,200-foot home with a half story. Additionally, I would argue Mr. Bauer's points on page 6 of his memo that this proposal supports the comprehensive plan. This home is no longer being proposed for rehabilitation, and there will not be any additional housing provided as a result. Ina's neighborhood plan, recently adopted by over half of this governing body and added to the comprehensive plan, state that, quote, "The history of the East End and associated historic buildings are the loved assets for the neighborhood. Residents want to see more done to honor and preserve their history," end quote. Additionally, protecting and preserving historic structures and the overall character of the neighborhood district received the strongest support for actions taken in the neighborhood moving forward. Evolution of our historic districts is inevitable, and change will and should occur. By employing international existing building codes and understanding that historic buildings are different than modern construction and engineering, we can bring historic properties up to date and make them safer when first constructed, all the while preserving the integrity of the structure and the historic district. Ina, along with NINA, Preservation Idaho, and the city, are all working together to revise these guidelines. It is my hope and desire that we come to a meaningful resolution so that the city, residents, contractors, and neighborhood associations have clear guidance on historic preservation of our local districts. I feel confident that we will achieve this, and I hope that this is the last time I speak before you on a matter such as this. Again, I would like to thank the homeowners and the architect for their exceptional communications with Ina. And for that, I will stand for questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Brittany. Any questions?
Madam Mayor.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Brittany,
Yes.
I apologize. I was having a little bit of trouble hearing you, so I want to clarify one thing. As I'm reading the guidelines for the East End, 2.21 says design new buildings and additions in a similar scale, height, width, related open space found in the block phase with similar materials, roof forms, and solid to void relationships. As I understood what you were saying, you feel like this particular design may not meet that part of the guideline. Is that correct?
Madam Mayor, Council President Clegg, I think the issue that we have is that we are losing a small contributing structure. And as we have discussed many times before, these small contributing structures in the East and North End historic districts were vital to our historic designation. They're vital as part of the history and telling why those homes existed in the first place. And while a 1-bedroom, 1-bath home is not sufficient for most families these days, we recognize that, which is why we supported the original plans. It was in keeping with exactly what we believe keeps the character and the integrity of the neighborhood by keeping that single story, smaller in appearance structure. Now that we are moving that, I mean, yes, this is a lovely new build, but we've gone from a small contributing home to a medium-sized, still contributing home to a brand new build and loss of contributing structure.
Thank you.
Well, it looks like, thank you, Brittany. It looks like there are no further questions at this time.
Thank you.
Before I head in, I've got 2 people that signed up in advance. Neither of you are here for this, right? Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, okay. Is Kristen Fiorentino with us? And then Jesse Hamilton.
Jesse Hamilton's here.
Kristen is also online.
Okay, we've got both. Kristen, would you like to go ahead?
Sure. Yes, I'd be happy to. Thank you. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, and we just need your name and address for the record.
Sure. Kristen Fiorentino, 1019 East Bannock. So as immediate neighbors of the 1007 East Bannock property, we are in full support of this project. The surrounding neighbors are also supportive of the project. We do understand Ina's concerns, and we must point out that the opinion of Ina does not reflect that of all the residents in the neighborhood. We live directly next door to the property and have followed this project closely since its inception. Having been present for the last meeting, we left feeling such disappointment in the process and the communication used during the meeting, and we're hopeful that today's meeting will restore our confidence in our system and in our citizens' ability to communicate effectively. It's concerned because there are 2 issues involved in this approval. Disagreement with only one of them seems to have resulted in denial of both. As you know, first there's the demolition and then there's the proposed structure. Regarding the demolition, we've heard from Ina, some more distant neighbors, and the Idaho Preservation Committee that the facade of the existing building should be saved. We query this decision can be made when these groups do not have a firsthand expert analysis to support their view. The expert opinion inspector regarding demolition versus preservation is Oh gosh, I'm reading now and I can't even read it, but basically the recommendation is for demolition. To the second point, the homeowners have specifically designed the proposed building to the design guidelines for the residential historic district. In fact, there's much room between what they are proposing and what the rules require. As you've already heard tonight, the project would result in a 34% lot coverage for all buildings, which is well under the required 35%. Furthermore, as you've also heard, the upper story fits nicely into the block that has only 1.5 to 2-story homes. This also meets the guideline criteria that recommend that new homes be single story or 1.5 story, unless houses on either side of, in this case, they are. We heard much opposition to the demolition based on people buying the new structure. We understand that we all have preferences, yet should we not be judging a project on the written guidelines? If there area, i.e. citizens' preference, that needs to be written in the guidelines. And else leaves the homeowner guessing at what might be approved, incurring great and unnecessary expense and effort. We encourage the council members tonight to evaluate this project according to the available expert opinion of the city inspector regarding demolition requirements and the design guidelines for residential historic districts for the new structure. Encourage the council with simple questions. Does the demolition comply with the law? Does the new guidelines? If yes, the project, in all fairness, must be approved. Thank you.
Thank you, Kristen. Other questions for Kristen? I had one, Kristen, if you don't mind elaborating, and I didn't write down exactly what you said, but you were referencing the frustration that you felt after the deliberation and conversation with regard to this application. And I was curious to know if it was related to the points that you just made in your testimony and the lack of discussion around that, or if there was something else that you left frustrated around, because I'd like to know that if you wouldn't mind sharing.
Yes, of course. So really, it was all of the above. The tone of the meeting, as more folks spoke, became negative and pointed and rather accusatory, and not in the spirit of constructive resolution of an issue. I also felt that the actual written guidelines for the project were not being followed, and it was more based on people's opinions with, outside of that. Does that answer your question?
It does, and I'm sorry to put you on the spot, but I really appreciate your frank answer. Thank you.
Yeah, you betcha. Thanks.
Okay, next up is Jesse Hamilton.
Yep. Thank you, Madam Mayor. My name is Jesse Hamilton. I reside at 914 East Bannock, and I also own a home across the street that my father lives in at 919 East Bannock. I'm just to the west of the proposed project. And like Kristen, who is a far better orator than myself, I don't have any prepared written statement, but I could not be more in favor of the project. Fundamental stuff. I love old.
Jesse, we're
So
having.
I live in an old neighborhood. I grew up in a.
Jesse, can you hear me?
Hello.
Hi. You're breaking up.
I can hear you.
Okay, Kristen was breaking up just a little bit before you, but now you're really breaking up. But his camera's not on, is it? Okay, so if you would, I paused you for a minute. I think that you were saying you grew up. Try with your camera on, but I'm not sure if that'll make it better or worse. But go. I just wanted to flag that you might just back up a teeny tiny bit.
Sure, you bet. I've lived in the neighborhood a long time, and I love the historic East End, and what can be saved should be saved. But just because something is old doesn't mean it can be saved. And in this case, I think that rings true. I have watched Burke and Lisa struggle emotionally with the process. It's been very trying, at times I think unfair, and the most recent meeting with the Historic Preservation Commission was, I think, arbitrary in terms of they just decided, oh, well, you should do something else, but they had no expert opinion to back that up. And so again, they were forced to wait several weeks to get to this point. You know, when the city's staff is recommending one thing and a governing body decides arbitrarily to go a different direction, as an attorney, I struggle with that. I don't think that's fair and equitable. And I hope that tonight our elected officials can correct the wrong. That's all I have.
Thank you, Jesse. Any questions for Jesse?
Madam Mayor,
Yes, Councilman Bajent.
I have a question for Jesse. This is really what I'm going to be thinking about as I hear the rest of the presentation on this. It looks like there's some process we need to work on and fix here, but you know, in your view, just being a constructive citizen, to what extent should we defer to the judgment and expertise of our commissioners, and to what extent should we rely on actual evidence for the conclusion that they reach?
You know, I've thought about this a lot. I've dealt with the historic districts on the construction of my home. I think it would be beneficial to always have somebody on the commission that actually has expertise in construction or architecture. I think that would, go a long ways, if not all members of the commission be in a position to give somewhat of an expert opinion. But we have to drift away from this subjective thought that a 2-bedroom, 1-bath bungalow always has to be, for time immemorial, a 2-bedroom, 1-bath bungalow. I don't think that's fair. It doesn't. I've seen neighbors move out of this neighborhood because they can't raise a family in their home and they can't get a permit to grow and expand in their home. I struggle with that. I really do. You know, I think if you look at some of the larger cities, I don't want to model Boise after any city because Boise is unique unto itself, but we're in a unique neighborhood close to downtown, and a little bit more lot coverage and a little bit more density is probably a good thing, so long as we can create congruous construction it just blends nicely with the community. And I can assure you that Burke and Lisa's home will do that. It will be a shining beacon for Bannock.
Thank you. I asked a very small question and you answered a very big one. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thanks, Jesse.
Thank you.
Now there were other parties of record. Are people here?
I'm not sure. No one has raised their hand.
I'm going to give everybody one more chance to raise your little Zoom hand.
Madam Mayor, there's no one that's raised their hand.
Okay. Before we close the applicant / appellant gets some rebuttal time. Excuse me. Are there questions for staff before we move into that rebuttal?
Madam Mayor.
Yes.
Ted, so, you know, back to my original question, and maybe a little more detail on it. I find it troubling that our guidelines ask for new structures if they are required to not just fit the historic guidelines in terms of the design features of the particular building, but also of the neighborhood. This is a neighborhood that predominantly has had gables that are perpendicular, not parallel to the road, and yet many of the new construction homes that I've seen approved in this neighborhood, in those places where demolition is approved, end up having primary gables that are parallel to the road. And it seems to me, maybe I'm not as well versed as I should be, that really isn't in keeping with the original character of the design concept in this particular neighborhood. Regardless of the mass of the building itself. And I wonder if you could comment on that. Also, there was very little discussion about the design of the new building at the Historic Preservation Commission. The little bit I found was not particularly in favor of what we have before us.
Madam Mayor, Council President Clegg, on your question about the front gable or side gable style roof, that actually hasn't really come up as a question when it comes to new construction in the historic districts. What we look at is the roof form. A traditional roof form, is it consistent with the neighborhood? And generally a gabled roof, whether it be a side gabled roof or front gabled roof, is a pretty traditional roof form in the historic district. And in this case, it is a side gabled roof where a lot of the houses do have a front gable. There is, however, the dormer on the front that presents itself as a front gable. But I suppose with new construction in the historic districts, we're not necessarily, the idea is it's kind of difficult. The term congruous is throughout our guidelines. We're trying to balance creating a new home in the historic district and having it be a new home in the historic district and not be something that necessarily mimics or tries to present itself as a historic home. So we're not exactly trying to recreate history. This is, has some craftsman elements to it, but it certainly presents itself as a new home. So trying to balance those ideas, it's got to be a new home. It's got to be congruous with the neighborhood. So those are two things the commission constantly has to balance with new construction. As far as how the gable faces, whether it's side or front gabled roof, that particular specific question really hasn't come up with the commission as a concern. So it generally, like I said, we generally just look at, is this a traditional roof form and doesn't fit generally within the historic district and the neighborhood? I'm sorry, what was the second question?
Sorry, Ted. So the second question was, there really wasn't much discussion about the design of the new home, simply about the demolition.
Correct. Yeah. So most of I would say that is very much accurate. Most of the discussion was on the demolition. By far, as you see from the minutes, most of the questions were concerning the demolition. So there really wasn't a lot of analysis by the commission on the new construction. So the new construction was essentially as I explained in the report, it was denied, sort of a de facto denial, based on the denial of the demolition. So the new house pretty much got denied, but you are correct. There was very little discussion on the new construction.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I don't know if Ted's the appropriate staff person to ask, but I'm just going to ask my question and I hope someone there can answer it. My question has to do with the building inspector recommending demolition. Is the fact that this is a home that is connected, affected by the historic district, is that to be taken into consideration when demolition is on the table, about whether or not, I guess my question is, does it affect whether the building inspector decides to go with demolition or recommend demolition?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Sanchez, is the question whether it's a contributing home? Does that factor into? So when it's a non-contributing home, the question of demolition isn't really a factor because we can allow demolition of non-contributing homes. So when it is a contributing home and somebody's requesting demolition, it's actually rare for the building inspector to come out and look at a home. It's usually by request by the property owner. who wants the city inspector to come out and take a look and see if he can verify. And a lot of times it's dealing with abatement issues. So if a building inspector comes out, excuse me, and says a house is in such poor condition that it presents a life safety issue, and then it meets abatement standards for the city building inspector, and they can actually essentially condemn the house, and then it is demoed for safety issues, and that is extremely rare. But I would say on the few times that a building inspector has come out and been requested to inspect a contributing house, my past experience with that is they've said, yeah, the house is in rough shape, but it doesn't need to be demolished. That's what mostly happens when they come out. It's so just with this one, it's kind of rare for the building inspector to say, yeah, this does need to be demolished. I agree with the engineering reports, because typically he'll say it's rough, doesn't need to be demolished, it's in rough shape, but it can be fixed up. So the contributing factor is always a factor when they come out, because it's usually by request by the homeowner to try to get the building inspector to condemn the house or to say something like it needs to be demolished. But like I said, they usually don't. They usually don't say it needs to be demolished, but in this case they did.
So can I ask a follow-up, Mayor?
Yes, of course.
So basically, them being on involved in this level is at a request, but I guess what I'm asking is, do they have any additional requirement to consider the fact, the special classification of this house in considering recommending demolition?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Sanchez, I don't believe so. I believe they're just coming out and they're looking at the facts as they lay before them. Whether it's a protected house or not, they have to evaluate it on the same level. So it's not, they understand that it's in the historic district. They understand that it's a protected contributing house. So they know that whatever they say is going to be used by somebody. And so they do understand that, but I think they just approach it. It's a house, it's a structure that they're evaluating. Whether it's a contributing or historic structure or not is just kind of a sidebar to them as far as their analysis goes.
Great, thank you.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Halliburton. Ted, thanks for that answer to Council Pro Tem Sanchez's question. I thought was really good. I guess I've got a question. I'm going to try to be as not clunky as possible. The appellant's attorney mentioned that the decision violated Idaho code, and that was one of the reasons why they appealed. And I'm curious if either you have an opinion or if we had an opportunity to check in with legal to see if that did in fact violate Idaho state code.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Halliburton, we did have some brief discussions with our legal department, and I believe the appellant's attorney spoke with our legal department. From my understanding of those discussions, though our inspector said that he agrees with the engineering reports and that the house should be demolished, he didn't go as far as to condemn it. He didn't go as far as to say this is a life safety hazard. So he didn't say it has to be demolished by city standards for life safety issues or, to abate for the abatement standards. So I think that there's a line there to where he says the house is structurally unsound and it really does need to be demolished. Not much can be done with it. And then there's another point there where it's a life safety hazard. And I think from our attorney's perspective and our perspective, the building inspector didn't make that jump to saying the house has to be demolished, by code. So he was suggesting that it's in very poor shape. It has no structural systems. Because they've already kind of dug into the house, they've created some more structural issues with the home. Their goal was to put a basement on it and some additions, and a new roof, which really can't be done with the wall systems as they are now. So Yeah, so that's in long answer. I don't think we agreed that the building inspector's determination was followed that section of state code where it was a requirement that the house be demolished. Otherwise, if that was the case, then we would have allowed it to be demolished outside of the hearing.
Thank you. Other questions? All right, let's go ahead with rebuttal. Jeff, is that you?
Madam Mayor, Council, I'm going to start and then kick it to Amy for some of the design questions from Councilmember Clegg. Real quick, in listening to Ms. Gigliano's testimony, it sounded to me like there is no longer opposition to the demolition. This is more Ina's discussions with the process overall. We're not here tonight to rewrite the historic code or design guidelines. We're here just to talk about this project. And we hope that those are the codes and statutes that are applied to us. We do disagree with Ina's, idea that the Idaho code and the city code aren't working here. We think that it's working just fine. You have a house that it has no stud walls. The inspector, again, after looking at engineering and inspecting it himself, decided it should be demolished, and Idaho code provides for that. So we think that under the circumstances, the process is working perfectly to again, protect life, safety, health of the city's residents. To answer some of Councilmember Clegg's questions, you're right. The design guidelines don't ask new construction to build back a similar structure to what was removed. Instead, they ask you to build a structure that blends with the surroundings, which is what we've done. Councilmember Bajent, with respect to the due consideration standard, what deference do you owe the commission? The code is very clear on that. It says you owe them due consideration, which we've researched, and I know you're an attorney, so I'm going to give you this definition. Pursuant to Black's Law Dictionary, due consideration means simply the attention properly paid to something as the circumstances merit. So I would argue here where their decision was arbitrary and capricious, you don't owe them any deference. And to touch on Mr. Halliburton's questions, Councilmember Halliburton's questions, we respectfully disagree with staff's interpretation of Idaho code and the city code. There is no specific process outlined in the Historic Sites Preservation Act. All it simply says, and I have the language if you'd like me to pull it up, it says the Historic Preservation Act shall not prevent demolition where the certification is made by the building inspector for basically health safety reasons. In this case, you have the building inspector stating that the building did not meet code. We have city building codes for the express purpose of protecting health and safety. So where he makes a finding that those aren't met, to me, that's a clear indication that he's recommending demolition based on life, health, and safety reasons. And with that, I'll turn it over to Amy.
Okay, thanks, Jeff. When I started working with the Archibalds on the design of this new house, we set out to follow, as I always do, to follow the guidelines and the regulations that are clearly set out by the city. And we've done that. We have followed the guidelines. We've met or exceeded the zoning regulations. The neighbors are in favor of the project. We have done everything we can to meet the regulations that are clearly set out for us. We hear so often people, neighbors and neighborhood associations expressing concern about massive new houses on these teeny tiny small North End, East End lots. This is not the case here. This is a very large lot. It's nearly 10,000 square feet. This is exactly the lot that can support a large home. And in fact, it's big enough to support the large home and an ADU and a separate garage and still be under the lot coverage limitations. The lots on this block range in coverage from 20% to 42%. We're proposing a lot coverage of 34%. We are fitting in harmoniously onto that block. And that's the intent. That's the intent of the guidelines, is to make sure that any new construction fits harmoniously into the network of the existing neighborhood. Now, Councilmember Clegg asked a question about the side gable. Typically, gables run, they span front to back across the shortest span. We have a tree in the backyard that we are trying to save, and so that compressed the house to be wider than it is deep. And that's really was the driving force behind that side gable. It wasn't a choice to be different than the rest of the homes on the neighborhood. It's really just a structural issue and a desire to save the tree in the backyard. And in closing, I just like to say, and Ted can speak to this, I worked in the historic district for a lot of years. I've worked on over hundreds of projects. This is only the second time I've seen a building inspector recommend demolition of a contributing structure. They do take that seriously, that it's contributing, and they don't give those out willy-nilly. So I think it's important to take into consideration that the building inspector has recommended demo when you're thinking this over.
Thank you, Amy. Are there additional? Well, I guess that was rebuttal. So we will go ahead and close the public hearing.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I'm going to make a motion, see if I get support. I would move that we partially uphold the appeal of the Boise City Historic Preservation Commission's denial for certificate of appropriateness, and that we allow the demolition of a contributing single-family structure and remand the decision on the design and certificate of appropriateness for the new structure back to the Historic Preservation Commission for full consideration.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Would you like to?
Thank you, if I could. So I am persuaded that this building, as it is constructed, would be very difficult to preserve and very expensive if it could be. No guarantees that it could be, even with that difficulty and expense. So I'm willing to agree with the building inspector that it should be demolished. However, despite the architect's discussion, I have watched over the years as historic guidelines are sort of considered and zoning code is most prevalent. And I think that's what's happening here. And I'd like to ask the Historic Commission to consider a couple of things in the design guidelines specifically for the East End as they consider this. While it's true that one could say that this design is congruent, there are a couple of things that give me pause. 2.2.1 in our guidelines on the East End asks that new buildings and additions be similar in scale and through the use of similar materials, roof forms, and this is emphasized in our guidelines, solid to void relationships. And that's why I bring up the gable orientation. I'm not sure that that gable orientation meets the typical solid to void relationships that you see in this historic district. And in historic districts, it's not just the buildings that are important, it's also the streetscape and how it presents to the street. 2.2.2 asks that architectural design elements borrow from the predominant bungalow style, which I believe this one does, excuse me. But it also says design new buildings to be modest in character and contribute to the existing structures in the district. Now, this block has a number of different size houses on it, certainly, but the house that it would be replacing is quite modest compared to what's being proposed. So as the Historic Commission considers the new construction on this lot, I would ask that they pay particular attention to those two guidelines in our guidelines.
Madam Mayor,
Yep, go ahead.
I agree with the council president as to the first question on the demolition. I think the decision is arbitrary and capricious in that it makes a decision on demolition contrary to the evidence from engineers and from our own building inspector without concrete evidence to rebut it. So it's not a situation where the commission decided between two conflicting versions of events. The commission saw one version of events and decided something else anyway. That's arbitrary and capricious. As to the second decision, I can't agree with the council president on this one. Our options are to find an error. And if we find an error under our code, we may either reverse or modify. We don't have, under the standard of review, permission to send it back to think about more things. So I think our decision here is, do we reverse or do we modify? I see no compelling evidence that tells me that this structure is a clear violation of our design guidelines. I see ways to discuss how we might change it or make it better or do some designing, but I see no clear evidence this violates our design guidelines. And so given that our options are to reverse or to modify, I think we have to reverse on this one as well. So I can't support the motion, but I would support a motion to grant the appeal in full.
Madam Mayor,
Yes, go ahead.
with all due respect to Council President Clegg, my thoughts right now are falling more in line with Councilmember Bajent's, and I'll kind of explain why. I have had we've had several of different appeals to different demolition things recently, and over this last year, we've seen circumstances where it seemed negligent. People went too far. They tore something down that they shouldn't have. We've seen builders behave incorrectly. We've seen, I think, residents not know what they were getting into, honestly, not knowing what they were getting into, and then finding themselves in over their head. And in this case, I see people who tried really, really hard to do this the correct way, who went through every single step, who worked with all the right people. And when it couldn't be done the correct way, they continue to find, within our guidelines, the way to do it. And in my mind, and reading through the memo, I've seen this go to our Historic Preservation Commission already. And from my understanding and from what I've heard, they haven't found fault in the redesign itself. It was more in the demolition. And so I would not be in support of this motion either, but would be in support of a motion to approve the appeal.
Madam Mayor?
Sure. I think the council president had something to say. I can't really tell because we're looking at each other and talking to each other, but we can't read each other's lips.
Yes.
So, okay. So Councilman Thompson, I'm going to have the council president respond, and then you're up next.
Thank you for allowing me this. I did not address the error that I believe the commission made, and I do believe they made an error, and their error was one of omission. The commission did not discuss or consider the design of the new building, with the exception of one commissioner who said he was not in support of the design. That was the extent of the discussion of the new building. I think their error was that they failed to consider the full decision. In this case, they only considered the decision on the demolition. Because they failed to consider the other portion of the decision, I think it is appropriate to send that portion back to them for a decision.
All right, Councilmember Thompson. And then
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll be relatively brief as I followed along this after reading the packet. I found it to be rather straightforward. I agree with Councilmember Bajent and Councilmember Halliburton. I've been quite impressed with how the Archibalds have followed through on the process in each step and obtaining the certificate of appropriateness in each step and taking efforts to not have to go through with a demolition. And it's extremely rare that we do see that. I think I will follow along with the the building inspector. Specifically in this case, I do believe that it was an arbitrary, capricious decision. And I believe that we should approve the appeal and also approve moving forward with this design. That's all. Thank you.
Madam Mayor,
Yes, go ahead.
I'm going to start my video, but my internet connection's a little bit on the fritz, so I'm sorry if I'm breaking up. I would like to make a motion to make a substitute motion.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second on the floor. I don't think we need discussion on this part. Clerk, will you call the roll?
Clegg,
No.
Halliburton,
Yes.
Sanchez,
Yes.
Thompson,
Yes.
Woodings,
Yes.
Agent.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-1.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I appreciate Council President's thoughtful original motion, but after having reviewed the complete record for this application, seeing the historic preservation record and the discussion, I would like to make a motion that we uphold the appeal DRH 20-388, an appeal of the Boise City HPC denial, because the decision of the Historic Preservation Commission was made with disregard of the facts and circumstances presented, specifically the engineers and city inspectors' determination that the building could not be feasibly rehabilitated, and grant the certificate of appropriateness for the new structure.
Second.
We have a motion, a second discussion on this motion.
Madam Mayor,
Go ahead.
just briefly, the reason I'll be supporting this motion are basically everything I've already said, but briefly to clarify where I see things a little differently than the council president is that even if we accept that the commission made an error of omission, our options under the code are either to reverse or to modify. I don't think we have evidence here that permits us to modify this application. I don't think we have compelling evidence that the design is actually in violation of our guidelines anyway, but it's because I feel constrained by the code to either reverse or modify. And because I don't feel like we are charged with facts sufficient to modify, that I feel we must reverse and permit this design to proceed. To the extent that this is procedurally inefficient, I think it behooves all of us to remember that applicants like the applicant here are carrying loans, not living in their homes, paying taxes, going through a long procedure just to get to us. I don't know, but I suspect that there are many similar situated people who haven't had the stick-to-itiveness that this applicant has. Sending it back further burdens them, and they would only be burdened because our commission did not do its duty to consider the merits of the issue before it. We should have a presumption of permissiveness barring something that violates our code or violates our rules. To the extent that there is a problem or a defect here, our city should own it because it was our city's procedures that allowed it to happen, that put this citizen in this place. And so that's why reverse or modify are appropriate options for us. And that's why it's appropriate to constrain ourselves to that standard.
Madam Mayor.
Go ahead.
While I appreciate the comments that I've heard from my fellow council members, I will still not support this motion. I believe, again, while I appreciate Councilmember Bajent's profession and his reading of our law, I believe we do have the ability to deny a portion of this. It is two separate actions, and remand the second portion of it. And that will just be an agreement to disagree, I suspect, but that's the way it is.
Madam Mayor.
Yes.
one of the reasons that I made this motion is very much in line with what Councilmember Bajent has already said. These applicants have done every single thing right. They didn't try to cut corners. They didn't try to trick anyone. They really tried to preserve the original structure. When it was determined by engineers and our own city inspector that wasn't prudent or possible, they came back with a new structure, asked permission to demolish the existing structure, and HPC failed to address this structure. I think that belaboring this for them it's just not necessary. We have every authority here to approve this structure and let them get on their way of making a new place for their family here in the East End. I've seen so many applications by this particular architect and homes that have been rehabilitated and new homes that have been built, and have no doubt that this will be an asset to the East End. So thank you to the applicants. Thank you to all the neighbors who came out to talk tonight. I know that with so many differing opinions, sometimes it's hard to make a accurate representation of every neighbor. But I think we saw tonight that there are some differing opinions of neighbors. We've heard from many, and I hope that this is a project that really benefits Bannock Street. On a personal note, some friends of mine were the last, I think, actual inhabitants of the original home. And I remember many times the janky, weird things that were happening with their house. And so it's not surprising to me that there were some serious structural deficiencies with this home. I think that we always kind of knew it, but it's interesting to see that that was actually confirmed by engineers, that the construction was substandard by many standards, including today's. So thank you.
Madam Mayor,
Go ahead.
I don't have a lot of comments to add, haven't been said already. President Miscigliano's comment that he hopes moving forward and is hopeful moving forward that we'll have less of these issues and less of these problems. And, for those who may be watching, I think it is a good time for a reminder that we do have a work session coming up. And this continues to be some issues that we run into, and something that's really, really important to everyone. I do look forward to working with everyone to doing whatever we can to make some of these things a little more straightforward so that there is less confusion.
All right, thanks. I think with that, it'd be appropriate to call for a vote.
Clegg,
No.
Burton,
Yes.
Sanchez,
Yes.
Thompson,
Yes.
Woodings,
Yes.
Regent.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-1.
Thank you. And thanks all for staying tuned for what amounted to be a rather long first hearing. We've got a really long one next, so I'm going to propose that we take a 5-10 minute break, and we'll be back here no later than 8 o'clock to get going. Looks like only Holly right now. Welcome back, council member. Councilmember Bajan, are you there? Great, you're in the dark. There you go. All right, we're all back. So we do need our council. Sorry. Great, we're all back, so we'll go ahead and pick up the next item, which is ZOA 20-2. I think, is it Cody? Are you here with us? Oh, it's Leon. Hello, Leon. Leon will be presenting for staff, and then we'll go through the same format with neighborhood associations. That because of the volume of folks, we're going to try to stick to as close to 5 minutes as possible. I think 3 or 4 are interested. And then members of the public that have signed up. And you guys, are you planning on staying for the duration, or would you like me to have you come up early on so you can make your way home? Okay. Okay. I'm not sure, but I'll hear it when you say it. So I'll have you guys come up first. And so we'll start with neighborhood associations, then the 2 members of the public that are here, and then we'll go back to everybody that's lucky enough to be in the comfort of their own homes on this rainy evening. As we get started, I just want to kick it off before handing this over to Leon with a couple comments. We've heard loud and clear a sense of urgency around affordable housing in our community. We're expected to grow by more than 50,000 people in the next 10, 20 years. And that means that we need homes, but most importantly, we need homes to meet every budget within this community so that people that work here can actually live in the city that they work. We've set out at the beginning of last year to look at different ways we can create more tools in the toolbox for affordable housing. There's no one end-all be-all solution. A city can't do it itself. We need to find partnerships, and we need to have tools to encourage where we can and to negotiate for more when we can. And that's what we really tried to do with this. I appreciate having read all of the feedback on both those that opposed it and supported it, but also those that weren't sure about what they thought on it, and provided both in opposition support and uncertainty some suggestions for improvement, most of which I believe staff took in the final version of this. And so with that, Leon, I'd love if you'd walk through what the intent of this tool is. And I imagine you'll talk about the changes that have been made in response to the public feedback we got to begin with. And then towards the end, I imagine that council will have questions, and then we'll move into the public hearing portion of this.
Sounds good, Madam Mayor. And I'll be co-presenting with Cody Riddle, the planning director.
Oh, great. Okay.
So for me, it's largely how this fits within Grow Our Housing and the larger Home for Everyone effort. So let me share my screen.
And Leon, many people that are watching Zoom probably know you from your days in PDS specific to applications. I'm wondering if you could just share with us your title, because even I will butcher it if I try. But so people understand that you're now as part of our housing team.
Yes, happy to do that, Madam Mayor. So let me get my home set up here so I can do this effectively. Yes, so I am Leon Lutzen, the Grow Our Housing Program Manager, formerly of Current Planning and Cody Riddle's world. And Grow Our Housing is the city's multi-pronged initiative to address housing affordability in our community, both from a housing supply standpoint as well as from a kind of ensuring housing affordability through a variety of programs. So I will kind of touch on some of those as I present to you and council here tonight. So the item before you is a proposed housing bonus ordinance that, if approved, will add a much needed tool to our housing affordability toolbox. It will help us increase the number of affordable housing units, target areas for housing growth, and preserve existing buildings to expand housing supply. The majority of the presentation tonight, as I already mentioned, will be led by the City Planning Director, Cody Riddle. However, I would like to explain how this ordinance fits within the city's broader efforts concerning housing and the Grow Our Housing program, which I manage. So over the years, we've talked about the housing landscape a few times, but to refresh where we are today, I want to share these current numbers. There's kind of the ongoing realization that 1,000+ units a year are going to be necessary in order for us to stay on top of anticipated growth. We know that 1 in 3 of those housing units will need to be at 80% AMI or below. We've identified that there are deficits, 30% AMI and below area. And AMI is area median income. I'm sorry for using acronyms without sharing them with you or the public. Area median income is a HUD standard that identifies essentially what the median income is for an area. It's a number generated every year and shared with communities across the nation. It's a standard we use to determine funding for affordable housing projects, and it's a pretty important number for us to understand how our community is doing from a wage perspective, housing cost perspective, and so forth. So as I was mentioning, there's also a smaller deficit of existing housing that we've identified for the 80 to 100% AMI. However, we have noted the market is largely addressing this in some of our previous conversations with City Council, and we'll be diving into those numbers a little bit more later. Cody will kind of talk about the ordinance and which level of affordability it's targeting specifically, but there'll be lots of opportunity for questions at the end. So, so how did we get here? Knowing that over the next 20 years, Boise will grow by approximately 50,000 individuals, and we have an affordable housing deficit, we are exploring possible tools that can help the city add the much needed housing stock for residents at every price point. The city's Housing and Community Development Division has been working on addressing housing needs, including housing affordability, for several years. And at the beginning of 2018, along with PDS and several other city departments, conducted a series of strategic planning sessions with the community to better understand the dynamics of housing in our city, including areas of opportunity, resident needs and gaps in our existing housing strategy, and to establish input through several in-person engagements, including smaller focus groups discussions and broader community conversations, digital and media and social media channels, and hours of discussion with housing-focused stakeholders. All of that resulted in the Grow Our Housing program. And to reference some of those conversations, those were largely called the Community Conversations on Growth. And we held a number of those on a number of topics, but housing was certainly one that we spent a lot of time on. With election of you, Mayor McLean, the city's increased its efforts around housing, and the Grow Our Housing program has been folded into the comprehensive strategy of a home for everyone. So through the 4 strategic priorities listed here, the Grow Our Housing program seeks to address housing needs in our community by providing a variety of housing and creating compact, dynamic neighborhoods with walkable streets and access to jobs, services, and amenities. The Housing Bonus Ordinance is one tool under the Maximize Land Use Allowances strategy highlighted here, aimed at increasing housing supply through zoning and development standards to improve housing affordability, options, and choice for people at all income levels. The Housing Bonus Ordinance is a tool that we workshop with the community in the series of outreach efforts I mentioned above. With that, I'll hand it over to Cody to share the remainder of the presentation. I'll also be available for any questions that you have at the end. So thank you for your time, and it's off to you, Cody. I'll stop sharing my screen so you can share his.
Oh, thanks, Leon. Can everyone hear me? See the screen? Okay. And just for the record, Leon indicated in some fashion he was no longer a current planner, but once you are, you always are. So I take exception to that. But as Leon indicated, there's clearly a need for housing. It's well documented. I think the numbers speak for themselves. But I think we're missing the human element. We're really talking about providing homes this evening in the form of ownership, rental, detached, attached, at all income levels. The numbers are significant. The zoning code, as Leon mentioned, is just one tool to provide a home for everyone. We have an opportunity to adjust our current regulations to further this goal. The amendment isn't for the development community. It isn't for the sake of business expansion or growth for the sake of growth. And it's certainly not an upzone of our entire city. It's about homes for our residents, current and future. It's not just for the folks moving here, but our children and our grandchildren. And as we think about this and listen to testimony this evening, I'd ask that we think about it from their perspective or through their eyes. They all need a home and they all deserve a home. Folks asked us, and they're probably going to ask you tonight, why is this proposal separate? Why isn't it part of the overall zoning code rewrite that we're embarking on? As the mayor mentioned, frankly, time just isn't on our side. This isn't some special interest of the mayor or council. We have a shortage of homes, and we're flirting with an affordability crisis that's getting worse by the day. There's just definitely an urgency here, and we have an opportunity tonight to do something about it. So the proposal before you tonight includes three bonuses, again, focused on providing a home for everyone. This incentive-based approach is focused on affordability, activity centers, and adaptive reuse. It includes a series of incentives to achieve these very specific goals. These incentives include density, building height, parking, and in some cases, an administrative review process. I'd like to walk you through each of these briefly. The first bonus is tied to affordability. If at least 10% of units in a project are income restricted, projects can be eligible for a bonus. That bonus, as indicated in your packet, might include a slight increase in height, density, or a minimal parking reduction. For smaller projects, or those 25 units or less in the R3 or multifamily residential zone, or 50 or less in the other zones, they would also be eligible for an administrative review process as opposed to the public hearing process. I think you'll probably hear this evening that this incentive won't result in truly affordable housing. You might hear that it'll just incentivize units at market rate. I think it's important we remember that this incentive, again, is targeted at 80 to 100% of that area median income. That's quite different than market rate. This isn't an incentive for market rate housing. That number is generally far higher. I think most critical, as Leon mentioned, this is just one component of a much larger effort. Folks that'll testify tonight are right. This alone isn't going to fix our housing need. It's hard to argue, though, that it will not help. Leon is here and again and can speak to more of the other elements of grower housing that are focused on providing homes for individuals at those lower income levels should questions arise. The next bonus I'd like to touch on briefly is the activity center bonus. For those unfamiliar with the term, these are areas that place an emphasis on a mix of uses, including higher density residential housing. That's generally in proximity to existing services and planned transit. These locations aren't something we'll arbitrarily come up with. Rather, they're already identified in the comprehensive plan. We actually have three types: regional, community, and our neighborhood centers. This bonus would only apply to the two larger centers, or regional and community. We have 4 regional centers and 17 community centers throughout the city. The idea with this bonus is to concentrate housing where services already are or plan to expand. Like the affordable housing bonus, this incentive would allow a slight increase in height and density and a minimal reduction in parking. And to be eligible, projects would need to be within 1/8 of a mile of a community activity center or 1/4 mile of a regional activity center. The final bonus in the proposal is focused on the adaptive reuse of existing structures. As detailed in your packet, the idea is to incentivize adaptive reuse, and if that occurs, this would allow up to a 50% reduction in parking. Now, in your packet, we also indicated that there are options that combine bonuses. The amendment allows either the activity center or adaptive reuse bonus to be combined with that affordable housing bonus. The goal really is to encourage further use of that affordable housing bonus in appropriate locations. There's obviously a host of benefits that go along with adaptive reuse. As you saw in your packet, we received a lot of public testimony to this proposal. You're going to hear a lot tonight, some in support and some in opposition. Want to be clear that we did listen. What's before you includes a number of revisions based on public input. I won't walk through everything, but I would like to touch on some of the more significant adjustments that have been made. Most notably, we removed the R2 or medium density residential zone from the proposal. We reduced the threshold for administrative review from 50 to 25 units. And then we did, for clarification, add the PC or pedestrian commercial zone to the list of zones that are eligible for the bonuses. Now, while we did try to address comments, I think you'll hear tonight the concerns remain. Those are focused on affordability, parking height, and probably most notably the suggestion of an administrative review process. With typical applications, we probably try to address those in detail now. But I think, as you'll see, there are a number of residents that want to speak and share their different perspectives. I think it'd be good to hear that and listen to them with an open mind, and then we can answer questions that might arise. I think that's probably more effective and engaging than me talking for an extended period of time this evening. I think you saw on the record the Planning and Zoning Commission did unanimously recommend approval of this proposal. But in making their recommendation, a few did share their perspectives or some suggestions. There was a concern expressed with the proposal for an administrative review process, and then others suggested that the R2 zone should remain part of the proposal. I think it's fair to say, though, if you look at the record, they all recognize the benefits far exceeded any of the concerns that were expressed. I went through that quite quickly. My intent here wasn't to gloss things over. This is a very significant proposal that's before you this evening. I think it's important, though, that we get to testimony. You're going to hear a lot of different perspectives, and it's important that we hear them. I want to conclude by saying that we're not standing here telling you this is the solution to our housing problem. It's not a silver bullet, and it's not perfect. I am telling you that we believe it is a big step in the right direction and a critical and necessary step. I won't take the time to read findings back to you or quote individual policies. Those are provided in your report. Honestly, this proposal is supported by countless policies or a majority of our comprehensive plan. I think just as important, though, is it does reflect input we've received from residents over at least 2 years of public engagement. So with that, we are recommending approval of the amendment this evening. I do want to clarify that there are 2 notes still in the final draft of the code language you received that reference 50 units eligible for administrative review. Our proposal is in every instance that be capped at the 25 units. And then finally, I would mention that Don Elliott, our consultant with Clarion, is online this evening to answer questions should he be able to provide input. Thank you.
Thank you, Cody. So just as a quick procedural follow-up on that, just for the record, given that the intention is that it be 25 units rather than 50, I just ask in advance that any motion that's made, if a motion is made, if it doesn't incorporate the changes, that council help us catch that, because the intent is that the administrative process would stop at 25 and below, not go up to 50 and below. All right, thank you.
Madam Mayor.
Yes, go ahead.
I want to honor Cody's, what I thought was a very thoughtful request to save some of the questions to the end and make sure that we have an opportunity to listen to everyone. Just, I think, for my aid and maybe the aid of others, I was wondering if Cody could just explain what the administrative review process looked like a little bit, so there was some clarity there and maybe no misconceptions from either council or folks who might be testifying later.
Certainly, Madam Mayor, Councilmember Halliburton, the administrative review process, rather than scheduling, noticing and schedule a public hearing, an application would be submitted. At that time, like we do now, we would transmit that application package or that proposal to the various public agencies, easement holders, as well as the neighborhood association, to where they could provide input and comment on the proposal. They'll have period of time to provide comment, and then at that point, staff would issue that approval. Now, one thing that is before council this evening, or that we could consider, that we do have the ability to send a notice of approval that really clarifies the appeal process. We do that with things like duplexes, single-family homes, and hillsides, even childcare facilities that you'll see on appeal for occasion. So there would certainly be an opportunity for the public to be informed both of the application and of their right to appeal.
Are there other questions?
Madam Mayor.
Sure.
Thank you. Cody, if I could just clarify a couple of things. In your presentation, you said that the administrative procedure would be followed as opposed to a public hearing. But I want to clarify that not all of these applications would in fact go through a public hearing process. Is that so, that some of them would likely qualify for a subdivision process if they did not try to take advantage of giving us more housing in return for affordability?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Clegg, that's correct. Even as the code is written today, certain projects, if they're a straight subdivision, meaning they comply with the dimensional standards, do not require a public hearing. Now we do list them on agendas and take public testimony at the Planning Commission and Council, but they are not noticed public hearings. Similarly, we have a provision in the code for minor land divisions where projects are divided and you have new development and a public hearing doesn't occur.
Thank you. Second question on the, just to ensure that I'm understanding this correctly, when an applicant would choose to combine the affordable housing with an adaptive reuse, they could only do that. The only residential zone they could do that in would be the R3, not the other residential zones. Is that correct? The adaptive reuse, of course, applies to all of the residential zones, but the affordable housing bonus does not.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Clegg, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. And then if Don is on the line, I do have a question for him about the administrative review process and his experience with it in other places, if I could.
Yes,
Don?
I'm here.
Oh,
I'm happy.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Would you like me to answer that question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, there isn't a, you know, I think the discussion that's going on already has said, you know, that's how Boise is planning to do it. It is an administrative review, meaning it does not go to a public hearing. I'll just be very blunt. It's one of the most important parts of this bonus. Now, our firm drafted the initial draft of this bonus, and after that time, through a lot of public input, you've made a number of changes to it, as you could see in your packet. A lot of things have been changed. But I'll tell two stories. One is in Bloomington, Indiana, where not too long ago, we recently rewrote their entire Unified Development Code. And in that process, they asked us to get them out of the business of horse trading over months and months and months over individual incentives for affordable housing. And so we did. We wrote an objective bonus for them to say, if you do this, you get that, which is in the nature of what we've drafted for Boise. And the builders told us in no uncertain terms, the most important part of that was the administrative approval process. The not having to have a public debate over the details of the proposal, if its height, density, and location were appropriate as shown through comp plan and city zoning policy. I had a similar experience quite a long time ago with the city and county of Denver, where I live, where at the time Denver was rewriting its development ordinance, we convened a group of affordable housing builders, not advocates, but just affordable housing builders. And I did not write the Denver code, but I was involved in the original, some research. And they said, tell us what mistakes we shouldn't make in this new code that we're going to draft. And so we got builders together and we talked to them and said, what would be good? Is it less parking? Is it more height? Is it more lot coverage? What is it that allows you to build things that you can't build today? And to be honest, they said all of that is important, but the most important thing is administrative review. And so those are two stories that I believe it is an essential part. It's not the tail on the dog. Being able to predictably know that you will go through this process in a moderately sized at 25 units, not very big process, and that you are not going to have the time and expense of public hearing and the uncertainty of how it's going to turn out at the end is a very important part of this proposal.
Follow up, Madam Mayor. So Don, given that, my understanding is that you are trading that predictability for public benefit, and that you're clearly defining the criteria and the performance that you expect of the builder in return for that criteria. Is that how you feel about how this has been written?
Yes, that's the intent. That's what we're trying to do, is to have builders who say, I think I can do this, but not if I'm tied up in a long negotiation and process, to be able to say, yeah, I'll be able to do this.
Okay. And then the second part of that is tying it to the existing comprehensive plan and the existing zones, and only allowing it in places that it's already been deemed needed and appropriate. Is that also?
Yeah, that's right. It's tied very directly to the planning work you did under Blueprint Boise to say, we're not making this up. You have decided, and incidentally, it's interesting to me, it's surprising to me that 8 years after Blueprint Boise has been written, there's a lot of support out there. There's a huge amount of support for that idea, and those activity centers that this is tied to were identified then. They made sense then, and my perception of public input so far is that they make sense now too. People support them.
Thank you.
All right. Was Cody had finished, correct? Great. Are there other questions for staff, or while Don was here, maybe, I think he's still here, for Don? Okay, it looks like the answer to that is no. So we'll go ahead now and move into neighborhood associations. Right now, I've got Richard Llewellyn, Marissa Keith, and Jason Durand on my list in advance. If you are a neighborhood association here to testify, will you please raise your hand? We'll make sure that we get you in as well. And with that, Richard, I'm representing Northwest. You can go ahead. Richard, I saw you earlier. Oh, great. You're sharing your screen.
Okay, apologies for that.
Richard, I'm just going to ask you to drop the volume a tiny bit.
Am I being heard?
Oh, we can definitely hear you. Maybe
Okay.
scoot back just a bit from the microphone, at least in the chambers is super duper.
Okay, I'm getting a little too overly excited. Can you see my screen? I'm attempting to share my screen as well. Is that working?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, I'm hearing yes very faintly. Okay. Loading. Well, shoot, I'm seeing a blank on my side.
Richard, we saw it. It went away for a little while. We see it again. If it's the Brookings cover, we can see it.
Okay. Can you see it right now?
Yep, we can. Yep. See the next page, housing bonus ordinance.
Is that correct? Sorry for asking. It's just
Yep. So I'm gonna. We can see it. So I would suggest you start with your comments, and you can scroll through the slides. We can see them. Well, I take that back. They just disappeared. Richard, can you hear me?
Oh, did we lose him?
Marissa, since I can see you on the screen right now, while Richard's trying to find his way back to the Zoom, are you ready to go? We could have you go ahead instead.
Yeah, I can go.
Great, thanks. So Richard, you'll be up next. Just try to figure out what's happening, but we'll have Marissa go just for time purposes.
Okay, hi, my name is Marissa Keith with the Southwest Ada County Alliance Neighborhood Association at 3279 South Cloverdale Road in Boise. So earlier today, the SWACA board voted an approval of what I will be speaking about tonight. I also wrote in comments personally. I think several of the board members did, but since then we have continued to think about how this housing bonus will affect our community and have some additional thoughts. So first of all, while increasing density is appropriate in some places, not all areas of town are suitable to increase density or decrease in parking minimums. There's very large areas of town where the only way people get around is by car, and sometimes reducing parking minimums in those places means that people are parking on neighboring streets. So giving a by right density bonus without being able to evaluate how increased density might affect a neighborhood as a whole doesn't seem to be putting the community first. Fast tracking projects, even those that might be less than 25 units with administrative approval, not only takes away a community's ability to publicly testify on a project, it also takes away the power of city council might have to negotiate changes to a project. I've sat at City Hall many times and watched this council require changes or additions to a project that if it had not come before them would never have happened. Part of what the SWACA board takes issues with is that under this ordinance, a process that was once relatively free to the public now comes with appeal fees. Not counting the odd PUD appeal, for the most part, citizens don't have to pay to address their concerns to their elected officials. In an email today, city staff told me that if an NA, resident, or community group wanted to appeal this administrative level decision, that it would be $105 to appeal to the design review committee. If they wanted to appeal to P&Z, it would be $180. And if they wanted to come before this body, then it would cost them another $180. So that's $465 just to be standing before you all where I am today. Some communities and NAs within Boise can afford that more than others, but for the most part, it is an expense that we pass the hat and take up a collection for. People donate $5, $10, or $20 at a time. And unlike some people, we don't get to write off those costs. So SWACA doesn't seem to have as many parcels that would fall under this housing bonus as other NAs in the community, but having to come up with $465 even one time could be a burden for some, and having to do that time after time might be unattainable. And having to come up with that sort of fee just to address your elected officials seems like the opposite of trying to engage everyone. Those areas of town that can afford to appeal likely will do so, and those that cannot afford will have to be content with what they get. The SWACA board also had concerns with providing a density bonus to target affordable housing when these rents can be up to 100% of the AMI, or 100% of the AMI. And according to one stat, we saw that was $1,870 for a 3-bedroom apartment. Something that targets people who fall within a lower AMI would seem to make this a more truly affordable housing bonus. So I know there's a lot of talk about there not being enough housing in Boise, but as I've said before, I don't think it's a problem of housing not being approved, because just watching between Ada County and City Hall over the last several years, there's very few projects that don't get approval that come up through the process. I really do think it's just a matter of not having the ability to build as quickly as we need. The last inventory that SWACA did, we had 5,000 empty lots ready to build out here that have already been approved between the county and the city. So I don't know that trading public process for a few extra units is the right thing to do right now. So thank you. That's all.
Thank you, Marissa. Any questions for Marissa? Nope. All right. Thanks, Marissa, for joining us this evening. It's nice to see you. Is Richard back? We'll try again. Nope. Okay. We're going to move on to Jason Duran from West End Neighborhood Association. And just to be clear, when Richard returns, we will have him jump into the line and deliver his neighborhood association's testimony. Hi, Jason.
Hello. Jason Durand, 2517 West Jefferson. Madam Mayor, City Council, the West End Neighborhood Association has voted to oppose this ordinance as written. Specifically, we're concerned about the potential for the administrative approval of the relatively large projects, the up to 25 units in the R3 zones. And more generally, we're concerned with the focus. The largest and biggest bonuses apply to zones that are already the highest density uses, and we believe this can serve to concentrate development. From our view, the West End has seen a lot of recent development and an increased pace of development, and most of it's uncontroversial. But we think that this ordinance and its provisions will create more of the development of the type that tends to attract the most neighborhood opposition. And so that's the sort of root of our opposition to this ordinance. Also, it is my understanding with talking to the city that the city was working on some kind of notice for projects that would fall under the administrative approval regime, I guess, and it is or was under discussion to be added. We would encourage that the city council add that provision if this were to pass, so that residents within 300 feet would at least be notified of a project that has been administratively approved. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jason. Questions for Jason? Go ahead, Elaine.
Madam Mayor, actually, I have a question for Cody that I think addresses one of Jason's concerns. I forgot to ask this question earlier. Cody, it's my understanding that if we were to approve this tonight and there were projects that would go to administrative review, that as soon as the application for those projects is turned in, they will go on the electronic system that all neighborhood associations have access to. Is that correct?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Clegg, that's correct. And actually that system is automated and triggers it so fast. Often the neighborhood associations will see the application before the planner assigned to the case does. So it is instant. I think perhaps what Mr. Durand is mentioning is with some of our applications, we also, by policy, not established in code, but we send a notice of approval after that happens. So the first the residents that maybe aren't part of the neighborhood association. So the first time they become aware of it isn't when, construction equipment shows up. They receive notice of that approval. They can look into it, and if they object, they can appeal. So that's certainly an option as well.
And follow up if I could. And so Cody, the way we would do that is if we were to approve it tonight, we would ask that we require you to do that notice of approval for any of these projects within the 300-foot radius. Is that the appropriate way we would do that?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Clegg, that's correct. And as we looked at that closer, first reaction is, well, that's an added cost and it perhaps administrative burden on behalf of the city staff. But if these projects were going to be noticed for a public hearing anyway, it doesn't really move that at all. So certainly feasible.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, go ahead.
Just to follow up a little bit on Council President Clegg's question about the notice. What's the time duration between the notice and when someone would begin construction?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Sanchez, it's hard to say. Generally, that there's a fairly measurable period of time in there because until they have that approval and they're assured they can't submit for building permits until an appeal period lapses. So we approve something administratively, there's a 10-day appeal period, then they can submit a building permit. And these larger projects with, multifamily buildings or something, they take certainly a couple months at least to review.
Madam Mayor, one question for Jason, if I could.
Yes, go ahead.
Jason, just I guess clarity from you. So were you asking for that 300-foot notification to occur prior to approval? Are you asking for the builder to give that notification and give the opportunity for the neighbors and neighborhood to meet, or did Cody's answer there satisfy your concern?
I believe Cody's answer did. If I understand, the main concern is that people don't want to see the first thing that, first indication of development is when a building goes up or when, demolition starts, something to that extent. They want to have notification of something has been administratively approved, and then they can, if they choose, do the 10-day to appeal process. Thanks.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, go ahead.
Cody, just to ensure I understand this well, in all instances of administrative approval, there's still, regardless of the size of the development, neighbors still have the ability to appeal. Is that correct?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Thompson, that's correct.
Thank you.
Other questions? All right, Jason, was I correct that you had completed your testimony? Yes?
Yes.
I thought so. I just wanted to make sure before I tried Richard again.
Okay. Thanks.
Thank you, Jason, for joining us. Good to see you.
Thank you.
Is Richard back?
Madam Mayor, we do not see Richard, but
Oh my
we
goodness.
do have another neighborhood association, Eric Berg.
Oh, great. Okay. So Eric from SENA, Southeast Neighborhood Association. Hi, Eric.
Hi. Eric Berg, 1301 Grant Ave, Boise, Idaho. Madam Mayor and council members, as important as the end result is, so often the journey is just as important. And while the SENA does feel the end result that we are now at in the revised ordinance is a vast improvement, we also feel that the process needs to be improved so we can get an even better result in the future. SENA voted in October to oppose the original ordinance, based mainly on our worries about the effect on the R2 zone and also the expedited process that the ordinance went through. We are so thankful for the reception and willingness of staff to listen to the neighborhood with our concerns in removing the R2 zone from this affordable housing bonus and lowering the expedited process to 25 units. We believe the ordinance is better for the changes, and we also appreciate there was some feedback from planning and zoning to also have maybe instead of 25 units be 10 units or something that would require notification. I can't thank Andrea enough for the time and effort she gave to neighborhoods to hear our concerns. She probably spent more time with neighborhood associations in the last couple months than most anybody. We do have some concerns still about historical preservation in the R3 zone when it comes to this ordinance, but we note that that's something that gets solved through the demolition ordinance that is also under consideration you and the council. In the future, we'd really like to work with the city on the front side of these issues than having to play catch up. The staff was fantastic in working with us once we sounded the alarm of the things that we thought wouldn't be positive for the neighborhoods. And we have some alternatives that we think could provide for greater housing affordability, such as missing middle, that could be compatible with R1, R2, or other areas that we'd love to work with the city on through the rewrite or other ways. However, we need to be working together early on. It was the scope and breadth of the events that caught us off guard. bringing in neighborhood associations from the get-go into the drafting process, in addition to the brainstorming process we were a part of before these ordinances were even submitted, would make for better ordinances, both for neighborhoods and the noble and vital goals of the ordinances. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. I appreciate that. And, appreciate your comments about staff hearing and then retweaking, and also about just how we could improve the process in the future. Thank you. And I'm going to hold you to your suggestions and brainstorms that Sina has done around missing middle in particular. And if you want to send that our way, would love to take a look. Any questions for Eric? Although he might have just left. Oh, did we lose the Zoom?
Richard's here, yeah.
Oh, no. Okay, it must have just been Richard going up with screen sharing. All right, before Richard starts speaking, did anybody have questions for Eric? Nope. All right. Thanks, Eric. Good to see you.
Thank you. Good to see you guys.
Richard, welcome back. You were muted.
Madam Mayor, he's not even showing audio.
Oh, interesting, because it just looks like his speaker is just muted.
Oh, there we go.
Mute. Okay. Well, we can see Richard's screen.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, we can hear you.
Yes.
Welcome back.
Oh boy. Okay, this is quite the experience. Usually this works fine for me. And I did just watch for 2 hours and everything was fine.
Great. Well,
Okay.
Go ahead, and it might just be a bandwidth issue. I don't know, Richard.
Yeah, hold on. Try one more thing. Okay, can you hear me?
Yep, and we can see
And
it.
can you see? Okay, I will go ahead. Richard Llewellyn, 9170 Hill Road, speaking for Northwest Neighborhood Association. We all know growth is a big issue. We all know it presents challenges as well as opportunities. In terms of the challenges, I think the analogy of a flood is appropriate. Like a flood, water is essential. It's essential, and growth and the monetary stimulus that brings is also essential. But when we have a whole lot of it at once in our typical boom and bust cycles that we tend to have in the Intermountain West, it can wash away a lot of things that we'd rather not lose. It can wash away history. It can wash away the more vulnerable. It can chart its own course rather than how we would like to see it used. The analogy that can be further carried on, we should be harnessing this power, this flood. And on one level, that is what the housing bonus initiative or ordinance is trying to do. And that's the positive side. It is trying to harness the all the interest that we're getting in Boise, at this point, really globally, people that come here make money by building things. That could all be positive, but in order to harness this force, it requires strength, it requires wisdom, it requires a heck of a lot of knowledge and skill. And are we able to do that? And is this housing bonus ordinance the best way of bringing that about? I think that it's very important to remember that in Idaho, we as in the public don't have a whole lot of options when it comes to having power over what happens on other people's property. We are a deal in real estate. We tend to value property rights over almost everything else. However, rezone requests are the real chance for a city to negotiate with those applicants making that request. Under Idaho law, property owners have no inherent right to rezone. And this is very important. Because they don't have that right, the city has a strong legal basis for negotiating at each and every rezone request to ensure that it is in the public's best interest. And the problem here that we're running into is that this proposed ordinance would replace this power to bargain on a contextual basis, on a parcel by parcel basis, with a single legislative act. So that's what's before you tonight. And I just hope that sinks home, is that You tonight are going to determine whether, essentially, what you will be negotiating for in the public's interest for perhaps dozens, hundreds, perhaps, of projects to come before you in the future across the city. That's tough. And it's made more tough because the public is kind of being shut out, and that's problematic. So we often hear from Council President Elaine Clegg, what a great process, although difficult, the Barber Valley had, and that was sorry, distraction. That was essentially neighborhood coming together with developers, contentious as she describes it at first, with hundreds of people. The process went along. The people who are more committed stayed in the process, and according to her, a better outcome was achieved. Now, obviously, the scale of that was large, but the same principles should apply to all of these areas across Boise. And most of Boise is really not in the position, has not historically been in the position to negotiate for better outcomes for their areas. If you were to go and talk to most of Boise where these targeted zones are and ask them, when was the last time you participated in a planning and zoning hearing, they'd give you probably a kind of a blank look. And they would further elaborate and say, what difference does it make if I participate in the public process? Once I hear about something, the city has already decided what it will be. So yes, we have an affordable housing crisis, no question about it. But in Boise, and this is different than many of these other cities, I'm sure it's different than San Francisco or Minneapolis, but in Boise, we also have a crisis where we really have the majority of the city. Now, it's not the city that most of you live in, not the neighborhoods, I should say, most of you live in, but across most of Boise, people do not feel heard. People need to feel as if they can have an influence over their future. That is as fundamental as any kind of affordable housing crisis and resolving it. We've seen what happens with administrative review. Yes, yes.
You've gone over, I let you go over a little bit more. I'm going to give you another 20 seconds. You need to wrap up.
I get 10 minutes or?
Nope, it's 5 minutes for everybody.
Oh, well, I wish you had told us that ahead of time because it's hard to prepare. We've seen administrative review. That's what happened in Blue Valley. That's what happens when you cut people out of the process. We can actually use public process to gain better outcomes. But it is a give and take. And, I guess, well, here we go. Back to public process. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Richard? All right. Thank you for your testimony. Appreciate it. Are there other neighborhood associations?
Madam Mayor, I don't see anyone with a raised hand.
There are no hands raised right now, so I'm going to move into the individual participants at this point. Wayne, do you want to go? Go ahead. Come on up. He pointed at you.
Madam Mayor and council members, David Klinger, 1404 North 24th Street. I'm not here to present substantive testimony tonight. I'm just here on a procedural point of order, and that is whether the mayor and the council would like to make a substantive response to the letter from Boise Working Together addressing the issue of any potential conflicts of interest on the part of the mayor or council members before you enter into the public hearing and then your ultimate decision tonight. This was a letter that was submitted to council members Sunday night and in hard copy Monday morning.
Right, I have not been apprised of any conflicts that I have that I need to disclose? I get the sense that you believe I have one, so I'd like
Oh,
to
no,
address
no,
that.
you should not make that assumption.
okay.
The converse would be true, but we do believe that the broad and overarching nature of the decision before you tonight calls for a very affirmative statement that any interests on the part of council members or the mayor or their families or their businesses would not be affected by your ultimate decision tonight.
All right, I'm going to ask, make a clear statement on this. We always operate with that requirement, that if there is financial benefit that any member might have, that they make that announcement and then they recuse themselves. It's no different with this ordinance or with anything on consent, any other applications before us.
Right, it's just that the broad and overarching nature of this decision before you. Tonight we heard two previous issues involving the demolition of a single-family home and the proposed construction of 4 housing units. The decision before you tonight has the potential for affecting hundreds, if not thousands, of
All right.
properties.
With that, I would ask, we do this
But
every,
we
do this
appreciate it. We
regularly.
did lodge a letter with you. An affirmative statement from council members, I think, would solidify the integrity of your ultimate decision tonight, and we would recommend you do that.
I'm going to
respectfully
allow the council president to say what it looks like you would like to say, but then I have something to say.
Madam Mayor, David, I received your letter. If I felt I had a conflict to disclose, I would have disclosed it.
Okay, we respect that.
And that's what I'm going to say for all of council and for our procedures in general. We have a requirement that if there is a conflict, it be announced. Not that we make a statement in advance of every hearing that we do not have a conflict. And so to preserve the procedures that we have, the policies that guide that, I'm going to say now that we're going to stick with that process. I
Okay.
appreciate you being here, but we're going to move on from that unless there's a council member that needs to make what would be an ordinary declaration of conflict at this point. All right, thank you.
Okay, we appreciate the opportunity
Sure.
for at least to be raised tonight.
Wayne? Oh, David. Go ahead. Hopefully it's been within the time during which you should
Couple
not be in the
days.
in the building.
No, I
Okay,
had in
great.
Thanksgiving. I had in Thanksgiving.
Good to see you. Welcome.
Okay. My name is Wayne Ritchie, 4137 Mountain View. Okay. Mayor McLean, City Council, thank you very much for seeing me tonight. We just heard for almost 2 hours about a house on Bannock. Some people want to tear something down. Somebody wants to build something new. Somebody doesn't want to see their city fade away. So I've noticed people are very passionate about that here tonight on both sides. People want both. Many of you remember my Two Boise story. Okay, if you haven't heard it in a nutshell, there's new people moving here. They get to experience all the wonderful things of our city. And there's older residents, locals, who are being priced out. And it's gotten worse. It's getting worse and worse every day. Ask around and people are moving out of town. People are staying with mom and dad. Let me give you an example, city employees. How many city employees can afford a $415,000 starter home? A year ago, it was $345,000. The average apartment starts at $1,200. People that actually live here cannot afford those. So getting to our housing bonus, realtors, developers are making a fortune right now. I mean, seriously, fortune. And these houses that they're building, none of them are for locals. Why would they build a $200,000 house if they can build a $415,000 house? New people have deeper pockets. They have an advantage that locals simply never had. the 10% off, or the 10% of the houses, 10% less money is almost insulting. When was the last time you got excited over a 10% off coupon? The math just isn't there. 10% off of a $415,000 home, that's still out of range for anybody that actually lives here, that actually works here, that calls us their hometown. They can't afford that. And something else that always comes up is inventory. And I'm going to speak about that more in just a second. Realtors will tell you every time that houses are so expensive because we don't have enough inventory. Well, ask around, ask a realtor. There is an inexhaustible supply of new people that want to move here. And I really don't believe that realtors are going to build all these new houses to cater for people that can't afford them. They're going to build houses for people moving here that just sold their house for $1 million somewhere. This happens. I'm almost out of time. I'll make it real quick.
Yeah, just wrap it up. That'd be great.
Okay. Shift gears just a second. I do not think this is about housing affordability. I think it's about money. I think the Building Contractors Association, the realtors, the developers, they will stop at nothing to build more and more expensive houses. I really believe that this housing initiative is merely going to give the developers the opportunity to build houses closer together, make more money.
All right.
I don't think it's going to benefit people that call us their hometown at all. So, thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Thanks for coming in. Good to see you. Okay, so that covers 2 people in the room with us this evening, and we're at our capacity of 10 with security staff and the 2 council member and myself that are here. And so with that, I'll move into the list. I'm going to go down the list that I have, and then if you are on here listening in and I don't call your name, please raise your hand after having gone through these folks. So first up, we have Daniel Malarkey. And then just so that you're ready, next is Byron Falwell, and then Lauren Panisi.
All right. How's the volume?
Perfect. We can hear you and see you. Welcome.
Good. All right. Madam Mayor, council members, my name is Daniel Malarkey, and I live at 3416 Meadow Drive in the Depot Bench neighborhood. I'm a member of the Zoning Rewrite Committee, and I'm here to testify in support of the housing bonus ordinance. Boise has had the most rapid increase in housing prices and rents of any fast-growing metro region in the country since 2014. We need to increase the supply of housing in Boise now if we are to maintain affordability in this community. I do not think the city needs to wait for the Zoning Rewrite Committee to finish its work to make this change. To the contrary, our committee will benefit from observing how the housing bonus ordinance works over the next 18 months and apply those lessons to improving this new section if it needs it. If the worst fears of the ordinance opponents are realized, then we can change this section when we complete the comprehensive zoning rewrite. What we can't do is wait to make it easier to build affordable housing in our city. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? All right. Thanks, Daniel. Byron, and then Lauren, and then after Lauren, we've got Matthew Breka, and then Susan Marston.
Fantastic. Just a sound check really quick.
Yep, we can. If I hear somebody talking and it says Byron, so.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you. Byron Falwell, 23 North Roosevelt Street, Boise, Idaho. Madam Mayor and members of the City Council, thank you for hearing testimony for the proposed housing bonus ordinance. As an architect with a focus on housing, historic preservation, and healthy neighborhoods, I am in support of efforts to provide more housing in our city. Housing availability has a direct effect on housing affordability, which is the reason that incentivizing housing development is so important. One way that local governments can play a positive and frankly life-saving role in the housing affordability effort is through incentivizing the building and maintaining of housing specifically for cost-burdened citizens. The proposed ordinance provides affordability incentives as well as incentives aimed at the preservation of existing affordable housing. And I applaud the efforts of city staff and leadership who have drafted the proposed ordinance, as it offers sensible design and density incentives in exchange for affordability and preservation. With all of that said, if this particular ordinance does not pass, I would still enthusiastically support a similar purpose follow-up ordinance that is applied citywide across all residential zones, not just R2 and R3. The incentives could be appropriately scaled to address the characteristics of each zone, and the affordability exchange could be tiered to provide additional incentives in exchange for greater affordability. Developers wouldn't be limited to the scarce few buildable parcels available in the R3 zones, and it would give Boiseans more housing types in more neighborhoods at a variety of price points. I'm excited to welcome new neighbors to Boise. I'm eager to live in a city where housing choices are abundant and attainable. This is only possible when we have housing availability, which is why I support this ordinance. I urge the council to put people first, not the privilege of those who already have a home and seek to keep others out. Real people need housing now, and it's up to all of us to welcome them home. Thank you.
Thank you, Byron. Questions? Jimmy, I can't tell if you're waving or if you're saying you want me to call on you. I think you're waving.
I'll be more careful to wave later. I'm waving. Sorry.
All right, thanks. Okay, so then we've got Lauren, Matthew, Susan Marston, and then Steve Reinhardt and Kimberly Reuter after that. Hi, Lauren, welcome.
Hi, thank you very much. My name is Lauren Panisi. I live at 2411 West Pleasanton Avenue. Madam Mayor and City Council members, I am a longtime resident of Boise and the West End neighborhood. Our neighborhood is zoned primarily R2 and R3, and I think we have one or more activity centers in our neighborhood. So it is ripe for high density housing, which would be allowed by these bonus ordinances. No one knows their neighborhood like its residents, and we should always have a say in what our neighborhood looks like, regardless of the number of units. I understand and appreciate the changes that have been made by staff in response to public input, and that's great. But allowing public input at the appeal and design review process is not adequate. The project is approved, and then so there's really very little opportunity to make any sorts of changes at that point. And without public input, residents could be left with a poorly conceived project. And the project I'm thinking most about is the Jefferson Street condos. There are 3-story condos that tower over a home right next to it, and it's within 5 feet of the single family home. And in fact, even Planning and Zoning Commissioner commented that that was a mistake, but you can't undo it. I mean, it's done. And so I feel that the bonus ordinances, it was mentioned in the P&Z hearing that it's an interim process. Well, what if mistakes are made? What happens? You can't undo a building. And so that is very concerning. And I looked to some of Mayor McLean's statements on her website about transparency and listening to residents. And this bonus ordinance as written seems to run contrary to that. That commitment to communication and transparency. It's a vital partnership between City Hall and residents to keep those things in place. And I understand the city feels that it needs to make changes and respond to the housing demand, but that goal should not be at the expense of current residents. And it just seems to me that the bonus ordinances are really geared and concerned with developers and future residents than the current residents. I listened to the historic preservation hearing, and the homeowner has been working for 2 years to be allowed to make changes to his property and his home, yet What's being proposed here is to allow housing developments with 25 and under units don't even get a hearing. They just go to administrative approval process. And that doesn't seem to make sense to me. Residents should always be able to have say in what happens in their neighborhood. There should always be that transparency. Please do not approve as written. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Lauren, I'm going to ask a question of you and others who testify. I hope that if you have a comment on this, I'd love to hear it. I understand your concern about the administrative process. What we're doing tonight is designed to bring forward specific concerns that would come forward in some of these hearings. And I've heard very few of those. Are there specific areas in your neighborhood that you believe will be developed in ways that otherwise wouldn't happen if this ordinance is passed? Is there something specific in your neighborhood that you think we need to address if indeed we decide to pass this ordinance tonight?
Are you asking, do I know about a development that's?
No, are there areas that are zoned such that you believe that development could happen because of the zoning? Because that's what this ordinance is based on, is what the underlying zoning is today.
Well, yeah, in fact, we have a situation at 25, I think it's 2502 West Bannock, where a developer bought a single family home. He's tearing it down and he's putting in condos. And the way it's zoned right now, he could have put 12 condos in there. It's either R2 or R3, I can't remember which, but and because we don't have the bonus ordinance or that any restrictions, it did have to go through an approval process. And we were to be, the neighborhood and residents were able to affect changes. And so the project got scaled down to 5 units from 12. The developer did work with the next door neighbor because the way it was planned, it was going to overlook right into that man's backyard. And there would be a total loss of privacy. Now, under this bonus ordinance, that project we would not have known anything about it because it would have been well under the 25 units. And my concern is that that is going to continue to happen in any sorts of, that particular lot was a double lot, was the other thing with that. If there are other situations like that, somebody might do it and tear down, and I could have a 3-story building right next to me, and not even know about it. But it complies with the bonus ordinance. And so therefore it goes through administrative approval. It's concerning. So, but the 2502 West Bannock is a prime example of what I'm thinking about.
Thank you. So you're referring to the R3 zoning on the southern edge of your neighborhood? Along
I think it is.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. You're welcome.
Thanks, Lauren. Thanks for joining us.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Matthew?
Madam Mayor, Matthew and Susan are not online.
Oh, okay. How about Steve Reinhardt?
There we go. Steve Reinhardt is successfully unmuted, I hope.
Yeah.
Thank you all for your time, and I appreciate the hard work and long hours that you put into this. I'll keep it as short as I can here. I really want to affirm what a few of the other speakers have said, including the representative from the West End here just now. I think it's exactly right. Earlier in this meeting, your consultant, Don, I didn't catch his last name, he basically said builders will do anything to get out of having a public meeting. And I got to tell you, that doesn't sound too good to me. So this notion of allowing administrative approval for projects of 25 units or less just seems wrongheaded. In most neighborhoods, a 25-unit apartment house is the biggest thing that's been built there in a long time. So we need advance notice on that, and there needs to be a hearing. And if it's inconvenient for the builders, well, tough luck. I mean, nobody's making them build stuff in Boise. In that same vein, we're having this massive kind of change in how Boise goes about this at a peculiar time, actually within about a 9-month window, where it is the most difficult time ever, really, for people to participate in this. And I'm just wondering, what's the rush? Let's just kick this thing back to September or October, when 80% of the people are going to be vaccinated, and we can actually come to a meeting, we can come to open houses, we can look at the charts, and we can talk to each other. I think that's a better way to go about this. And finally, if you're going to go through with this, why don't you make use of your leverage? Don't take the offer that's on the table, which is a tiny fraction of apartments with a very small rent reduction. Why don't you go for a third of the apartments and use a realistic formula that reflects what people are really making in Boise, which honestly, except for kind of a small end at the top, is not very much money. So if you're going to go through with it, use the leverage you got at the time you have it. But honestly, I just kick this thing off, make it part of the zoning rewrite, put it off to when the rest of us have a chance to participate. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Steve. Good to hear your voice.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I just want to thank Mr. Reinhardt for his comments. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, next up we have Kimberly Reuter, excuse me.
Madam
And
Mayor.
John, is it Reed or Reedy? I'm not sure. And Pam Romer.
Sorry, Madam Mayor. Kimberly is not online.
Okay. Is John with us?
John is online. I've asked him to unmute.
Great. Welcome, John. We are not hearing you. If you're speaking, we can't hear you. Is he there?
He is there, and I have asked him to unmute.
Okay. John, while you're working on unmuting, we'll go to Pam Romer. And then next up would be Karen McAdams Coons.
I'm unmuted, by the way.
Okay, great. Well, you beat Pam and Karen, so you go right ahead.
Okay, this is John Reedy, and live at 203 East Braemere Road. Madam Mayor and City Council, my wife and I and my daughter and her son moved here from Denver last October. Not this last October, but in 19. And we moved from Denver, Colorado, where the person who lives that was talking to the council, and we lived in Capitol Hill in Denver, which was one of the places where they put in a lot of apartments that did not have enough parking for the tenants, thinking that they would, the people would all use bicycles. It was a total mess. It was a disaster. The
arterials couldn't support.
Yeah, the streets, you had to park 4 or 5 blocks away from your house in a lot of instances because of all the people that lived in the apartments that didn't have enough parking in their facilities. It became a real. There's a reason we moved out of Denver, and here in Boise, there's no way that I can see that you can make the streets large enough to handle bigger traffic and everything. I think you need
Boys and things.
to have more better arterial support before you allow a thing like this. That's all I've got to say.
Thank you, John. All right.
Thank you.
And welcome.
Thank you very much.
Pam?
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yeah, yes, we're able to hear you. Well,
Okay, I have a tendency to talk quietly sometimes. I live at 2001 West Boise Avenue. Yes?
Pam, I think there's a bit of a lag.
Did you say something?
Yes, I think there's a bit of a lag, and you're hearing me say that there's a bit of a lag. A bit of a lag after I've said it. I'm sorry. So when you hear this, please go ahead and start, and we'll see if it works. And I'll try to flag you. And if you can see us, I'll wave also if it's not working.
Gotta love the internet. Okay. Oh, I think you're too tiny. Okay. I'm Pam Romer. I live at 2001 West Boise Avenue, number 8. Thank you for hearing our testimony. I like what Wayne, Steve, and
Pam, you've been cut off.
Again.
I wonder if it's not possible just to call in. I'm going to ask is it possible for you to send her a note? Okay, Pam, Char is going to send you a note with potentially a phone number that you could call in so we can hear from you. That I think that's how this works. So that you won't be cut off. So you're still going to get called. But she's gonna send you a note. We're gonna move on to somebody else because there's a long lag.
I've been losing.
Yeah, will you tell her? Okay. I'm sorry, Pam. We're working on fixing this.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, great, thanks. Karen, are you available? Karen McAdams-Coons.
I'm here. Is
Great.
my AV working?
Yep. Well, we don't see you, but we can hear you.
Okay, very good. My V is working, not my A. Anyway, my name is Karen McAdams-Coonsey, and thank all of you on the City Council and Madam Mayor for your service to our city. I reside at 983 East Strawberry Lane. And let me start by saying I was aware of the city's multi-year effort to revise Boise's zoning law, and I support that this effort has been promised to be conducted in a way to include extensive public engagement. So I have to say I was surprised by an email from Boise Working Together on this last Sunday, alerting me that tonight was the last chance for me to raise objections to a proposed major change to the city's zoning laws. The little publicized emergency fast track nature of the proposed ordinance reminds me of the proposed library and stadium projects that were being implemented with limited community engagement and use of financing schemes that bypass voter approval. This is what got my husband and I involved with Boise Working Together in the first place. The ordinance appears to be a result of what I would call do something syndrome. It doesn't seem to meet the stated goal of providing affordable housing, and on my review could potentially displace more low-income residents than it would house. I agree that the ordinance contains 6 fatal flaws as articulated in detail elsewhere by the Boise Working Together Board of Directors, with my particular emphasis this evening on harm to the public process, harm to negotiation for better outcomes, and harm to housing affordability. Having spent a third of my working career managing environmentally sound development of projects on public lands, I do support efforts to streamline permitting processes where it makes sense. Start with routine transactions with minimal potential impacts and low public interest. So while Boise's embarked on the rewrite of the zoning law, which I support, especially with the promise of public engagement, now the city's carved out and fast-tracked large, high-impact apartment buildings while eliminating associated site-specific public hearings and $0 appealable decisions. And as I've seen tonight, attending the city council meeting, meantime, they've spent many, many hours in public meetings considering just one house on one street on Bannock Street. To me, this would be equivalent to reducing opportunities for public input on major public lands projects that I worked many years on, and issuing administrative decisions to authorize major projects such as power transmission lines like Gateway West or Boardman to Hemingway, or like the Midas Gold project up at Stibmite.
Karen.
Unfortunately, publishing engagement is often difficult and time consuming, but fortunately it leads to better outcomes. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Okay, next up, I'm seeing Shay Primrose. Is that?
Oh, no, she's further down the line.
Oh, all right. So let's go with, I'm going to stick with the line, Wendy Matson, then Corinna Utes, and Lori DeCare.
Madam Mayor, Wendy is not online.
Okay. How about Corinna?
I'm here. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
My name's Karen Ayutz. I live at 1512 North 14th Street. Thank you for letting me come here and testify prior to the city giving a giant luxury gift to the people who are trying to extract wealth from it, the developers. Prior to offering them the red carpet, I hope to God that you will retain public process. But no matter what, please, please remove the words affordable housing from this gift to the developers. Affordable housing means that people can afford to move into houses at approximately 30% of their income. There are 2,000 homeless people in Boise right now. They may have an income of $1,500 a month and need a $500 a month apartment. They may have an income of $0 a month and need a place to live that doesn't cost money. So many of my friends who grew up here and worked hard here cannot afford to live here. And no, they can't afford an $1,800 a month apartment. So please remove those words from this gift to the developers. I understand you're friends with them. They're the people who go in there and work with you. But the public has great ideas for apartment buildings. And if we could really get these to be affordable, even if we got it down instead of from the average median income, which is like 60-some thousand, to the average income, which is less than 30,000, that would mean an apartment for around $900 a month, which is still super hard to afford. But I think that you could use this and your leverage. If they're going to just slam this into us and take all this money from our community, then let's get our people in houses instead of on the street. Let's get people sheltered instead of give developers money. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Corinna. Lori, you're up, and then Ethan Schweitzer Gaslin and Katie Fight. Is Lori here?
Okay, sorry, I forgot to unmute myself. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay.
I have a PowerPoint and I hope that it works. Can you see it?
Lori, we can't even see you, so.
Oh, shoot. Okay. So I guess, should I just go ahead without the PowerPoint?
Yeah, I would ask that you do that. Oh, now we can.
Oh, sorry, I didn't have the video going.
Yeah, you were just a voice before. Oh, but Lori, I think you're gonna have to be just a voice because now that you've turned your video on, you have really, you're moving in slow motion.
As we go here. Okay, so, okay, how about now?
Now we can hear you. So let's just go with that because I think there's not enough bandwidth for both.
Shoot. Can I have just a tiny bit more time because I have to say more things since I don't have my video or my PowerPoint.
Lori, we're gonna stick with
Yeah.
I've let people go over a tiny bit. I for one have read all your recommendations. I imagine that others have as well. So I'm gonna ask, just out of respect for the process, that you stick with the time allotted.
Okay. The difference between affordable housing as a real estate term of art and rents Boiseans can afford is significant. The city's definition of affordable housing is far beyond the grasp of the city's lower income communities who earn far less than the minimum incomes necessary to qualify for a unit under this plan. At thresholds of $52,000 and $74,000 with rents of $1,400 or $1,870 for these quote unquote new affordable units do not help those most in need of housing. Those officially defined as low income and extremely low income via HUD, those most precariously housed because of skyrocketing rents. Their growing ranks could never afford the shiny new construction apartments that will replace the buildings where they used to live. Boise has a bimodal distribution of income. Locals living on Idaho wages at $35,000 and more, well-heeled people making $100,000 and more a year and more. The high income demographic is already well served by constant production of market rate apartments and single family homes. Let's be serious. The 80% threshold of the housing bonus is meaningless because developers will simply do what is most lucrative and build at 100% AMI, which is already market rate. Make no mistake, this will build no affordable units for anyone. Using 100% of HUD's AMI further untethers the cost of housing from local wages, which will lead to a crisis like Sun Valley or Jackson Hole, where only wealthy white people can afford to live there, depriving working class people of their right to live in the city. If zoning ordinances are similarly changed to grant higher densities, the city council's bargaining power is essentially given away, and by extension, ours too. It is clearly an abdication of responsibility of the larger public interest in favor of developers. What's the long-term difference? If the city demands the development industry do more at 60% instead of 100%, a family of four could save $748 a month, $8,976 a year, or $107,000 in 12 years between a child entering first grade to graduating from high school. Of the 8 official neighborhood associations that have had the time to analyze this proposal that was fast-tracked in under 3 months, all 8 of them came out in opposition to the ordinance as written, as well as Preservation Idaho and the Intermountain Fair Housing Council. This targeted upzone puts lower income neighborhoods in the crosshairs for redevelopment where the bulk of our naturally occurring affordable housing exists and where people are already experiencing the economic violence of gentrification and displacement. The city is advancing this proposal without performing one vulnerable community impact study, just using marketing and branding language that supports their predetermined outcome, brushing aside critical economic, infrastructure, civil rights, and human issues. There's no reason for the city to be engaged in planned gentrification. The market is doing that on its own. The entire city is already attracted to investors. If Boise uses its leverage, it should be for the housing that the market is not otherwise producing, for those at 60% AMI and below. Simply unleashing the forces of the market by promoting more density through upzoning will only lead to more displacement, higher housing costs, homelessness, inequality, and human suffering in our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Lori.
Madam Mayor.
Yep, go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank Lori DeCare for her comments. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, thanks, Lori. Is Ethan with us?
Madam Mayor, Ethan is not online.
All right, I saw Katie. Is Katie still with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Hi there. Oh, Katie, when you turned on your camera, you muted yourself. Hey there. Okay, now you're unmuted.
Okay.
Welcome.
Katie Fight, 1006 North 5th Street, Boise. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comments. I'm deeply concerned about this proposal. Streamlining any kind of regulations or controls has become code for slashing environmental protections. And indeed, that's what this proposal does. It effectively guts a public process at a time when the city should be expanding ways to involve the public and engage the public and really have a meaningful dialogue about development in Boise neighborhoods. It's a huge gift to the developers, as the gentleman from, I think it was a consulting firm, I'm forgetting his name, that spoke earlier. He spoke earlier about how the developers loved shoving the public aside, essentially. I'm so disappointed that many of you have, when you were running for office, told the public that you were really concerned and committed to public process. Yet this entire proposal is an end run about public process, around public process, fast tracking dramatic and radical changes to neighborhoods. And the 300-foot notification really is much too minimal. Imagine what happens when you put one of these 25 units on a street, and yet many neighbors, I mean, a street, like if it's, the street's 10 blocks long, many neighbors will have to deal with that increased traffic, but they'll never have any notification of it. And notifying the neighborhood associations, all we have to do right now is look at the turmoil in the North End Neighborhood Association to know that there are times when neighborhood associations that are all volunteer groups may not be able to fully concentrate on a lot of proposals, or may not have persons with particular expertise. And so that is not a reassurance that people that need to know about living where projects would happen would actually be notified about the projects. And another reason I think this is just such a terrible idea to come now in the midst of the pandemic is the broader picture of what's happening to the green space and to the sort of natural environment and the quality of life in our neighborhoods. We're losing so many trees. And with something like a 25-unit development on any property, every tree is probably going to be slashed and cut down, and there'll be a couple little runny pear trees planted in their place out on the street. So we're just basically will be losing so much of why people live in Boise for something that is not affordable and should never be called affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Katie. How about next up on the list is Susan Lake, and then Laura Robinson and Rebecca Mills.
Madam Mayor, Susan, Laura, Rebecca, and Leanne are not online.
Okay. Then next up, I did see Shay Primrose, then Jenny Niemeyer, John Pride, and Kathy Sherman. Hi, Shay.
Yes, can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Okay, so Madam Mayor, members of the council, thank you so much for your time this evening. I'm Shay Primrose. I live at 1913 and a half West Idaho Street. In the interest of time, I'm going to try and be as brief as possible and as frank as possible. Tonight is the first time that I've seen any presentation of this bonus ordinance. And I have to say, to hear it being called a critical step in any direction to address the affordable housing crisis sounds like an insult to me. It feels like a slap in the face. I think that if we're going to be providing bonuses to any developers to build affordable units, the threshold should be so much higher than 20%. It should be 50, 60, even 100% if we're talking about incentives and bonuses. I think that in addressing this crisis, we need to think not only about the projected growth of our city, but about the thousands of Boiseans in those lower quantiles of the AMI that are facing the imminent threat of displacement from these rising rents that have doubled in the last 5 years, even while our wages have stagnated. I just think that if we're going to be discovering these tools to combat a crisis, we should be willing to use them much more boldly and aggressively than has been presented in this ordinance as written. So I would encourage members of the council to vote against this ordinance as written, and also encourage them to being open to public input at all phases of development of these projects. Thank you.
Thank you, Shay. Is Jenny with us?
Madam Mayor, Jenny and John are not online.
All right. Kathy, I saw Kathy Sherman. She's still with us, isn't she?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Hey, there you are. Welcome.
Is it okay if I have my video going, or?
Yes, it's really nice
Okay.
to see people, actually.
I know, I like that too. I don't like to be the little black dot, but, so my name is Kathy Sherman. Thanks, Madam Mayor and City Council, for staying up this late. I live at 1308 Treasure Drive in Boise. I am on the board of the Sunset Neighborhood Association, the board of my church. I am the vice president of the Homeless Coalition of Boise-Ada County, and I work full-time as the housing specialist for veterans at LADA Community Action, but I speak for none of these groups. I am I am steeped in providing housing for those of us who can't afford it. I participated in all of our affordable housing public meetings 2 years ago. And I think if this is the result of that, we still need to talk. At one of those meetings, one of the real estate people kind of looked up, you know, at that point in time, an affordable house was $245,000. And the real estate agent kind of looked up and said, oh, look, there are 12 in the county. So I think if this is our solution to affordable housing, we need to use what power we have right now and make it really work. So let's talk about the 50%ers. So I work for an organization in which we provide housing for people at 50% of AMI or less. And that means if you're one person, you're making below $26,200 at this point in time. And right now, I can provide housing for them if they can find a one bedroom at $881. That's a lot of money. That should be affordable. That should be findable in our community. But guess what? Currently, they are now looking at competing with everyone else in that market. And current landlords and property management folks say that, no, even though you're going to provide rent for them and you're going to help them get in, we're not going to rent to your guys because we've got people above that. So I really want you as a city council to look at source of income for property managers to look at. It's a really easy thing. Lots of other cities have done it. It means that if you've got a voucher or something else, you can get into housing. And I'd also like you to look at this ordinance and go down a little bit. Let's reward people for building those units that can be rented for affordable rates, not for the higher rates. And yes, there are units that, anyway, we can make this work. We can do it the Boise way, and we can make our communities thrive. And I think transportation corridors are great. Let's have this ordinance be along transportation corridors, because that wins. But then when we look at neighborhoods, let's reward our neighbors for building stuff that our baristas and our servers and our homeless and our veterans can live in. Thank you.
Madam Mayor.
I appreciate that. And I just want to say in response, because I appreciate you pointing out the need that we address vouchers and source of income if we can, that we provide for housing at different levels of AMI, average medium income. And so I just want to call attention to our intent here is, one, to recognize that no one policy will get at all of the needs that we have. And that as we look at a housing land trust, as we look at this, as we look at other incentives, as we look at making sure that there's enough housing provided so that those with vouchers can actually find a place to live, there are different tools that our city wants to bring to bear to address the different levels. And that's really what we're trying to do. And I recognize that we need to get at voucher holders and others of different levels with different policies in the city. And so really appreciate you pointing that out.
Madam Mayor.
Yep, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Kathy. Can you tell us a little bit more about source of income when you referenced other cities?
So in a lot of cities, for instance, a program like mine and a program like Catch, because they're providing housing assistance for a certain amount of months, that would be considered an income source. So you could then take the rent, of the length of the lease, the 12-month rent, and reduce it into half. And then the person, so if a landlord or property management is saying that you have to have twice, or now it's really, I only see them at 3 times and 3.5 amount of income to rent the place, whatever help you're getting would be included in that. And if you're a voucher holder, because you're only going to pay 1/3 of your income towards rent, that would automatically be included. So landlords that now say that they won't take Section 8 vouchers would have to take Section 8 vouchers on an equal plane to people with higher incomes, because automatically with a voucher, you're only paying 1/3 of your income towards rent.
Thank you, Kathy.
Thank you, Kathy. Good to see you.
Yeah.
Take care. Next up, we've got Carlos Cotto and then Eric Schulman.
Madam Mayor, Carlos is not online.
All right. And do we have Eric?
Yes, we do.
Great. And then I feel like I saw somebody pop up whose name I don't have here. So like I said before, was it Robbie or Dobby? I can't remember, but just raise your hand and we'll be sure to call on you. Eric, welcome.
Good evening. Is my sound okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
It looks like my video is not going to work. Okay, let's start the clock.
Great.
I am not here to talk about everything that I don't like about this. I am against this ordinance. It's funny. It's hard to find something in Boise that's amenable to everybody, but whether you listen to Carl Scheider or Kevin Miller, across the board, you find common consensus that limiting the voice of the public to city council is wrong and part and parcel with the degradation of the ethos, the quality of life that we enjoy here in Boise. Funny thing, that as a species, we evolved to communicate, and that ability to communicate created the situation that allows us to advance and create and be above the other animals. And during that process, the in-person communication evolved with us. That is an essential part of how we communicate as people. In Athens, the citizens were expected to give feedback to those that administrated them. It was part of their ethos and is the basis of our Western civilization, an enduring thing. Now we stand from Moses Alexander to the present. Nobody has ever run for office in the city of Boise on a platform of limiting the voice of the public, as this ordinance sets out to do. 25 or 5, we're going to mail something out later. And hey, if you don't like it, you can spend a bunch of money to appeal it behind closed doors. This is not the way we should be doing things. Now I ask each of you, mayor, council members, when you got into this, did you say, oh, I want to do this. I want to be a public servant, and I want to be known as the person who in the history of Boise is the first one to limit public testimony? I really don't think so. But even so, just think of these words of Thomas Paine. Thomas Paine said,
You've got a little book.
here we go.
Oh, you can't hear me. Eric, you seem to kind of, your voice just seemed to go into a fishbowl.
Okay, how's that? Any better?
You're back. Yeah. So just stick with whatever you're doing right now. You've got 20 seconds.
Thank you very much. Thomas Paine said, all delegated power is trust and all assumed power is usurpation. This is usurpation. John Adams said, people and nations are forged in the fires of adversity. We have found that the process between developer and communities is contentious, but time and time again, and in testimony here and before P&Z, it has led to more positive incomes. Please do not take this time to pass this. We have time post-vaccine. We have time in the rezoning to come up with a better process that'll work with the ethos of Boise as a community, and for us to look each other in the eye and come up with better solution for this problem, which should be addressed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Eric. Appreciate it. Okay, I was asked that we take a break, and I apologize now that it's been so long since I had us take a break. So Eric was the last person that signed up in advance, so we're going to cut now, take a break. We'll be back. Realistically, it'll be a little bit out after 10. I think there are about 7 people that have their hands raised, and we'll go through your testimony then. See you soon.
I'm on the phone.
Oh, hi.
Would I be in line? I've been doing that *9 trying to get my hand raised, let you know I'm back.
Sorry,
I
Pam,
wasn't sure how that worked.
Yeah, we missed you. We can hear you now. You'll be first when we come back from the break.
Okay. Because my battery's getting low on my phone, and I'm like, oh no. Thank you.
All right, we're going to go ahead and get started. Alrighty, we're going to go ahead and get started. The clerk now, Shar has a list of names, so she'll call them one by one. Go ahead.
Madam Mayor, our first speaker is Pam Romer from previously.
Hi, yes, welcome back, Pam. Pam, we aren't hearing you. I'm not sure if you're muted or not. I'll say this, because I also know that your battery was low. I'm going to have Shar call the next person. If for some reason you aren't able to get through and provide us with your testimony, this is a public hearing on an ordinance that will next go to readings. And so I'd ask that you send us by email what you would have said if we end up losing you because your phone has died. And you can send that to citycouncil@cityofboise.org and mayor@cityofboise.org. Let's go ahead with whoever's next in line.
Our next speaker is Monica Fabi.
Hi, Monica. Welcome. Hey there.
There we go. I think I've got my mute off.
Yes, you do.
Fantastic. Madam Mayor and Council, thank you for hearing me. My name is Monica Fabi. I work at Intermountain Fair Housing Council and live at 630 South Curtis Road up on the Central Bench. When proposing significant changes to the zoning code law, it's critical that the city examine the effects, either intended or unintended, through fair housing lens. Will it provide equal access to our community, or is it likely to displace residents, demolish naturally affordable housing, cause discriminatory gentrification, impact health and well-being? With the income threshold qualifying for affordable units at 100% AMI, currently that's $74,000 for a 3-bedroom unit. We believe that any apartments that result will only fail to produce housing affordable to the majority of our residents that rent, but may actually have the opposite effect by catalyzing gentrification and displacement in what are currently our most affordable neighborhoods with diverse community members. Upzoning must be acknowledged for its role in displacing more vulnerable residents, particularly when true affordable housing overlays or inclusionary zoning to include low-income housing to extremely low-income housing is going to be affected or eliminated. Upzoning can catalyze a demographic influx into a neighborhood, which results in a wave of displacement afterwards. New construction and upzones designed to stimulate higher rates of new construction also have the effect of driving up surrounding property values, and the resulting higher taxes get passed on in the form of higher rents. This encourages a more rapid turnover of surrounding properties, buying and selling and refinancing of existing units, which also serves to drive up rents in surrounding properties. According to the chart from Boise's 2016-2025 year consolidated plan, cost burden renters are at the 0 to 30%, 30 to 50%, and the 50 to 80% AMI levels. The 80 to 100 AMI levels that the proposed housing bonus ordinance targets clearly will not provide housing for those renters who are most cost burdened and living precariously in our communities. In the zoning districts largely targeted by the housing bonus ordinance, 100% of the units are already being built at or below 100% AMI. And yet the affordable crisis continues unabated. To conclude, to produce the desired effect, to increase the amount of more affordable housing in the city in exchange for developer incentives, we should conduct first citywide displacement risk analysis, require a racial impact study for any rezoning to determine the action that would further the goals of the Federal Fair Housing Act, add requirements to accept Section 8 housing vouchers in any housing unit and protect them as a protected class in the city, provide universal basic income to assist the extremely low income pay rent, and pass source of income protection. Ensure that the housing created meets the affordability and family size needs of those most vulnerable displacement. Oh, I see. Sorry.
That's okay.
My apologies.
Madam Mayor.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Monica, I just want to thank you for providing your input tonight. I also want to take the opportunity to thank you for being one of the people that we consulted with in 2019 to put together our rental application fee ordinance. Your input was invaluable. Thank you.
Thanks for inviting me.
Madam Mayor,
Yes, go ahead.
a question for you, Monica. And yeah, thank you for your testimony tonight and the expertise that you bring to the table. You touched on this maybe just a little bit while you were talking, but I wanted to make sure that I was clear on why you think there'll be more displacement if this ordinance passes than currently is existing already, if that question makes sense.
I think it does. Let me just make sure that I understand it correctly. With this ordinance, you're asking me if with this ordinance, why will more people be displaced than without this ordinance? Is that correct?
Yeah,
Okay.
I'd love to hear him. Thank you.
No, I just wanted to make sure that I answered the right question. So the problem with taking away the due process, which, so like, for example, we have a population of around 226,000 people here in Boise. And at each individual hearing, you might hear from 50 or sometimes, 2 or 3, but oftentimes for bigger projects, you'll hear from 50, maybe even 100 people on each of those projects. Some of them are the same people. But when we are making this decision right here, I think between the planning and zoning meeting and this meeting here, citizens might be less than 100 people who have been heard for all the projects that we're about to make a decision about. And so people are going to be able to fast track in things at the 100% AMI. And that's a building rental income bracket that is already being produced in the city. And we don't necessarily need more of that. What we need more of is below 80%, really below 60%. But we, at 80%, that's where the big gap occurs. And so if people are able to, if you could just drop that down to like 60% instead of 100% AMI, that would incentivize and keep the bargaining power that you have and that we as citizens have when we come to city council and permit and planning and zoning meetings, right? We lose that bargaining power when it's been block allowed.
Thank you, Monica. I appreciate that.
Sure.
Right, next up.
Madam Mayor, we're going to see if this is possibly Pam.
right, can you hear me now?
Yep.
Okay. This is Pam Romer. I live at 2001 West Boise Avenue, number 8. And I thank you for the efforts to get me heard, and I appreciate being heard.
Okay.
I still oppose
This
the
is
ordinance.
Pam Romer, West Boise Avenue, number 8. And I thank you for the ordinance.
Pam,
Okay, I'm not sure why I'm hearing an echo on my phone.
I think you have, you've got two things open. So you're hearing feedback either because now the speaker on your computer is picking you up as well, or you've got it playing. So I'm going to suggest that you close the Zoom and stay on the phone, and that's how we'll be able to talk to you.
Okay. Oh, and I can't see anybody. One moment.
Or go in the other room.
Okay. Didn't even think about that. Okay. Is this better?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to start again. This is Pam Romer. I live at 2001 West Boise Avenue, number 8. Thank you for all the efforts to get me heard. I do appreciate it. I still oppose the ordinance. I want to be involved in the process of being able to speak and give my opinion and help create a Boise for everyone. I do appreciate what Wayne and Steve and Lauren and Lori and Kathy all said, plus others. They said it so well. It's the first time I've seen the analysis on the late day correspondence file. I was not sure where to find all this stuff. Anytime I try to put anything into the PDS for Boise, I'm not able to pull up the ZOA. And so it's nice to be able to see these things when I can get to the agendas. And Leon, you said you had a slide, and I'm hoping you can explain the math to me on that AMI chart in the project report, because I did not see that the numbers had changed. If you could even just send me that slide and explain it to me, I'd appreciate it. You don't need to take the time tonight since it's getting so late. I remember it was mentioned in the P&Z hearing that this ordinance would help the essential workers in the health department with affordable places to live. And I was wondering, does that include the custodians? I think they are essential to keeping hospitals up and running, but I kind of doubt they make $50,000+ a year for just one household. We do need affordable housing, not just for those who make $52,000 a year. We need it for those who make under that, and I would appreciate it if we could also have that be incentivized for developers. So thank you very much.
Thank
I
you.
have no idea how much time I have left, so I'm just going to go ahead and say goodbye. Thank you.
Take care. All right, next up.
We have Jared Austin.
Hi there, we can see you, and now you're unmuted.
Okay, good. I'm glad. All right, first off, my name is Jared Austin. I live at 4211 West Fairmont Street. Madam Mayor, members of the council, staff, I'd like to thank you all for your time and the work that you put into this proposal. I just would like to say that I'm in support of this measure. It's a targeted measure at 80 to 100% AMI. And I understand that the city has other plans in the works for below 80% AMI. That portion below 80% is a crucial piece of the city's strategy, but it's kind of a different problem and requires different incentives for developers to work towards. I'd just like to point out that this particular plan is focused and is not really the end game. This is an iterative step along the way towards housing affordability for all. I'd like to point out a couple ways that this plan ties into Blueprint Boise. First of all, it helps to increase density a bit in the city, which helps us utilize our existing infrastructure investments and just helps overall with walkability and access for people within the city. Some portions of this would help decrease parking, which takes a baby step towards addressing Boise's climate impact for people who choose to live in places without cars or with fewer cars. And finally, a more streamlined and faster development process. This really helps bring developers into the mix and helps them solve our problem today by giving them clear expectations for what to expect throughout the development process with these bonuses. I, for one, would prefer that this be expanded citywide to possibly include R1 and R2. This would help distribute the additional housing more equally across the city. So this process also has the unique ability to inform how we approach certain issues when we go toward the zoning code rewrite. I don't think we should underestimate the benefits that will provide us later on. Finally, I'd just like to thank each of you, along with staff, for your time and for your effort. I urge the council to approve this measure. Thank you.
Thanks, Jared.
Our next speaker is Esther Seha.
Hi, Esther.
Hello, can you hear me? Okay.
Yep, we can.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor, City Council members, for the opportunity to provide comment this evening. My name is Esther Seha, and I reside at 3901 North Cambria Way, Boise 83703. I have already provided public comment initially during the planning and zoning public meeting. I hope that you've had an opportunity to read through or at least skim through my comments and the other comments that were submitted. Tonight, I would like to focus on two items. So the first item is the administrative review process. As you have read and heard from residents, there is significant concern about the administrative review process and our opportunity or the loss of opportunity to participate in any proposal. So I guess at this point, what I would ask is that the city, if you're not going to eliminate the administrative review process that's being proposed for projects that include 25 units or less, that you can reconsider or consider reducing that 25 unit to maybe 10. So any project that is at 10 units could go through the administrative process. And you're probably asking why I came up with this number or how I came up with this 10 number. I am the Planning and Zoning Committee member for the Collister Neighborhood Association. I have been involved with our neighborhood development projects for 16 years now. And what I have noticed is that typically if a project is under 10 homes, you don't see as much interest or participation. It's those larger scale projects that do cause much more concern by residents. So the other thing on the administrative review process, if the city is proposing that an individual that wants to appeal that has to pay, that becomes a barrier to participation. And I encourage you to look at that seriously, because I don't think you want to create a process that creates barriers for residents. And lastly, affordable housing. If we are serious about addressing the issue of affordable housing, we need to do a better job than focusing on this 80 to 100 AMI. I think that there's an opportunity to diversify those percentages as proposed to include under that 80 AMI. And with that, thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Esther.
Madam Mayor?
Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Esther, I just wanted to thank you for your involvement all these years with your neighborhood and attending city council meetings. There are very few members of the Latinx community who participate at the very high level that you participated, and I hope that we will be able to change that in the coming years. But I just want to thank you so much for showing up for our community, representing our community, and helping to lead the way towards more Latinx involvement in Boise happenings. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Barton Cochran, and after that is Drew Alexander.
Great. Welcome, Bart, and then Drew Alexander.
Great. I'm on just audio. Oh, looks like I'm going to switch to video here too. Okay. Can you hear me okay? Thumbs up. Madam Mayor and members of City Council, good very late evening. Thanks for continuing to hear testimony. I really appreciate it. I just want to, again, so my name is Bart Cochran, address 3401 North 39th Street. And I just want to weigh in on my support for the housing bonus ordinance. I am the executive director and founder of an organization called LEAP Housing Solutions, and we're an affordable housing nonprofit in the community. And so this is the type of ordinance that would directly impact what we do. And so I just want to offer kudos to Leon and his team and the public comment process. I thought the revisions were responsive to the comments that were received. And I think that's just a good testament to that public process there. As an affordable housing provider, we're keenly aware of the housing challenges in the community. I guess you might say that that's the business that we're in, creating and producing new affordable housing in the community. Housing challenges they're compounded. These affordable housing challenges are continuing to be compounded by inbound migration and rising prices, and COVID-19 has thrown a whole new challenge into the whole mix. And so my point in just saying all of that, these are all things that you know, is that it's just not getting better naturally. And so what is important to us is an intervention, and that's what this is. We're asking for an intervention to help us be able to create the housing that's most needed in the community. So that's one of the main reasons why we support the housing bonus ordinance. We got to get really creative on how we put these together. The capital stacks, we joke, are put together with baling twine and bubble gum. There are usually multiple layers, donations from the community, land that's given to us, or a long-term land lease and some federal funding stacked on top of it. What the housing bonus ordinance does is gives us, it makes projects that weren't feasible. So there are projects that we couldn't get done with the funding that we have available to us that can now be done using the housing bonus ordinance. And so because of that, we think that the housing bonus ordinance has a chance at actually creating material change, meaning adding new units of housing to the community. And so that's why we want to make sure and come out and support it. As a nonprofit, we of course would know that the city can go further, targeting lower AMIs and also expanding into other residential districts. Those are things that would be important, but we support it as written and urge you tonight to pass the housing bonus ordinance. So thank you for your time tonight and for your willingness to listen and respond.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, next up is Drew Alexander, and on deck is Shelly Ann Rodriguez.
Great. Drew and then Shellen.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of council. My name is Drew Alexander. I reside at 1519 West 4th Street, Boise, Idaho 83702. Others in support of the ordinance have more eloquently stated many of the points I agree with, so I'll do my best not to repeat them. I will, though, encourage you to view this ordinance for what it is, which is a single policy contributing to the much larger effort of addressing affordable housing and housing affordability. This is one piece of a very, very complicated puzzle. A panacea, unfortunately, doesn't exist for this challenge. For those tonight seeking affordability at lower income levels, I'd be surprised if anyone in support of the ordinance disagreed with you. I certainly don't. I can only recommend that you start discussing these issues, if you haven't already, with our representatives at the State House, encouraging them to unlock affordable housing tools for lower incomes that currently aren't allowed at the local level. To me, that's easily one of the elephants in the room tonight. The well-known lack of solutions available to us as a city in Idaho. As few others have noted, my only critique of the ordinance is that it doesn't apply across all zones. I'd argue that some of the proposed incentives are actually most appealing for less intense residential areas, and an approach like this could be scaled to accommodate those areas in a compatible manner. I strongly recommend that the city incorporate those zones into this iteration or in future policy. I've worked now directly or indirectly around affordable housing for roughly 15 years. I sincerely hope this is approved, helps inform decisions with the ongoing code rewrite process, and any additional affordable housing policies in the future. Thanks, and even though we're somehow already 12 days in, Happy New Year to each of you.
Thank you, Drew. Shellen?
Hi, good evening. My name is Shellen Rodriguez for the record.
Shellen, your volume's super low.
Was that any better?
A tiny bit. I'm just going to ask you to be as close to the speaker as you can.
Okay, I'm gonna speak up and hopefully the kids will wake up. Right. You guys are champs, by the way. I am so grateful for your public service. With that said, so for the record, it's Shellen Rodriguez, and I reside at 529 North Hillview Road here in Boise. Again, thank you. But also, I wanted to tell you a little bit about myself. I've been, like the previous two speakers, I've been in the affordable housing and workforce housing business for quite some time. Over 15 years. And I've worked all over the West. With that said, I own my own small development and consulting firm. I'm in the business, and there is no silver bullet for creating more affordable housing anywhere. Communities our size are struggling, and there is no one thing that you as leaders can do to make this to solve this problem. So it's piecemeal. You have to piecemeal it. This is one piece of that puzzle, as you've heard other people say. But I also wanted to just quickly review the AMI issue, because it seems like there's been some concern or lack of education perhaps over that. This housing bonus serves 80 to 100% AMI. It allows developers to reach down to what I believe, being in this realm, is lower than what the market can attain. 80 to 100% AMI for a two-person household is $48,000 to $59,000. That's in your board packet. Looking on the City of Boise website, an entry-level police officer, the income is $56,000 a year. You have a single parent with one child in a two-bedroom unit. They are the folks that this could help. This could help a developer like me, and I do have a project that I'm working on currently. It's preliminary. If I'm fortunate enough to be able to move forward with it, this would be a useful tool for me. This would enable me to get more units, serve a slightly lower income than what I believe the market can withstand. I think that's the point. We have a housing problem, but under 60%, under 80% of the AMI, we've got low-income housing tax credits, we've got home funds, we've got CDBG, and we have rental vouchers. Albeit, that is not enough sources of funds for those units, but we have other funds. We need something to incentivize developers to create housing for Boise's workforce. So I urge you to pass this ordinance. Thank you. I hope you could hear me.
Yes, we could. Yeah, thank you, Shellen.
Madam Mayor, next speaker is Patrick Spouts, and after that is Jenny McTaggart.
Great. Patrick Spouts, and then Jimmy, I think, McTaggart.
Thank you. My name is Patrick Spouts. I live at 912 West Brumback, Boise, Idaho. I also want to note that I am a member of the City Advisory Committee for the Zoning Rewrite. Earlier today, former mayoral candidate Wayne Ritchie pointed out usefully that the median price of a home in Boise has increased by over $66,000 to $425,000 in just the last 12 months. I agree with Wayne that these cost increases are unrealistic for many Boise residents. Where I differ from many who testified tonight is what to do about it. One view or approach is to close off Boise and tell other people that they're not welcome and that we don't have a home for them or options for homes for them. And accordingly, to allow existing residents to be priced out, displaced, and forced to leave the city under the status quo. I passionately reject this approach and strongly urge the council and mayor to implement this ordinance. There is a vast and robust empiric literature supporting the claim that new homes reduce, not increase, displacement. We should aspire to be a city with a home for everyone who wants to live here. This means finding ways to allow more homes all across the city, possibly a lot more homes, and with that, a lot more neighbors. I won't shy away from the fact that this will result in changing neighborhoods. Our neighborhoods are defined by the characters that live in them, and I personally would welcome more neighbors right in my backyard. My only wish for this plan is that it would be bolder and covered more of the city with more opportunities for homes for all throughout all of our vibrant neighborhoods. R1 and R2 zones absolutely should be included in this ordinance. From the bottom of my heart, I truly want Boise to be a city with a home for everyone. This proposal is a great start. We should do more, and then we should do a lot more. Thank you.
Thanks, and welcome, Jenny.
Hi, I am Jenny McTaggart. I live at 2106 West Jefferson Street, Boise. Madam Mayor, members of City Council, I'm here because I do not support the housing bonus ordinance as written. As a West End neighborhood resident, I have seen a lot of change and development in the recent years, and I understand that Boise that is growing, and so it's going to continue to change and will need additional housing. However, the proposed streamlined approval process included in the ordinance is a dangerous step. The proposed streamlined approval process circumvents the process that's currently established by the zoning code. By doing this, it removes the checks and balances that are essential for medium density projects. These checks and balances ensure that developments are beneficial to neighborhoods and citizens, as well as to the city and the developers. By streamlining the process, neighborhoods and individuals lose the opportunity to have a voice to ensure a balance of interests on these medium density projects. Under this proposal, developers will be given many incentives, and removing the public's voice should not be one of them. And in light of our current political climate, I'm deeply concerned that it was indicated earlier that the most important aspect of this ordinance is silencing the voice of citizens and community at large in favor of development. At this time, what we need to do is uphold our democratic process and choose not to silence individual voices of our city. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, up next is Erica Schofield, and Alexandria Monjar is next after that.
Hi, Erica. Can you see her?
Yeah, she's unmuted.
Erica, you're unmuted, so you can go ahead. All right, we're going to move on, and we'll come back to Erica. Alexandra, hello.
Hello, my name is Alexandra Monjar, and I live at 2222 West Kootenai Street. I strongly support the values identified by the City of Boise's vision statements, in particular, a home for everyone, movement for everyone, and a clean city for everyone. Building compact, walkable, and mixed-use neighborhoods fundamentally supports these objectives, and there are demonstrable positive impacts that higher density living brings to our physical, mental, social, and economic health, and the health and resiliency of our natural environment. So I generally support this ordinance and encourage the council to improve it. I do have some thoughts on particular pieces and potential improvements. I know that the city staff has done a significant amount of research on what bonuses would be effective in delivering additional housing in the targeted price ranges. A housing bonus that does not result in more housing is meaningless. And my concern is that removing the benefit of administrative approval may reduce the effectiveness of this ordinance. Further, the benefits of administrative approval are more impactful for small scale developers than for large firms that have the in-house capital to weather significant project delays. It is not in the city's best interest to negotiate for public benefits parcel by parcel, particularly when, as was mentioned before, many or most of the rezones or conditional use permits requested are approved. It is inefficient at best and a drain on resources and all of our time at worst. And so I also want to point out that our current public engagement processes are known to favor wealthy white land-owning residents. And it is not clear to me that our current public hearing processes are in the best interest of our community and those who are most impacted by the lack of housing affordability. A perfect example of this is one that was discussed earlier, in which a townhome project was reduced from 12 units to 5 units. Regularly reducing project scope of infill housing will harm affordability and availability of housing citywide, while also increasing the negative externalities of growth, including traffic and parking concerns made worse by suburban development. I think it is best to engage the community at the high level processes such as the zoning rewrite, and to leave the administrative processes to staff. I also encourage the consider to including R2 and including R1 into the ordinance, if not in this one, in a future one. Upzoning to improve affordability is most effective when it is done broadly and includes the most desirable and expensive neighborhoods, in our case, the north and east ends. Forcing higher density in apartment buildings to only exist along transportation or commercial corridors, as opposed to allowing them throughout the city and within neighborhoods, accelerates displacement and exacerbates environmental justice issues, where lower income households are exposed to more pollution and have less access to parks and open space. The apartments that exist in the North End are a fantastic example of how apartments inside of established neighborhoods contribute to the charm and character of a place and create naturally occurring mixed income communities. I also believe that we should care more about housing for people than housing for parking. Any amount of space on a residential lot that is required to be used for parking reduces the space that could be made into housing for humans. I believe the city should remove parking minimums citywide for the sake of our health, environment, and community. Thank you.
Thank you, Alexandra.
Madam Mayor, next up is Jody Hall, then we have Keith Walklett, and finally Ed McGlusky.
Okay.
There I am.
Hi, Jody.
Hi. Are we ready? I don't see the timer.
I'm not sure. The timer hasn't started yet, and you'll get
Okay.
a 30-second warning, but go ahead. It'll start when you start.
Okay. My name is Jody Hull, and I live at 7916 West Queen Court. And I am testifying to not support this ordinance as written, and this makes me really nervous. So I'll try to get through my thoughts. I did testify at the planning and zoning meeting, and I submitted written comments this time, so I'm hoping not to repeat myself too much. Like a lot of speakers have already said, one of my main concerns is the loss of the public process. Currently right now, rezones do require public notice, public hearing, and like the last speaker said, streamlining that really only benefits the developer. We have lots of projects going through right now, left and right. It doesn't seem like it's really slowing down growth in Boise right now. And, sometimes that's the only way that neighbors know what's going on. They have a say. And so I believe that, the mayor and then some of the city council members ran on a platform of more openness. And I think that this ordinance with that kind of removal of the public process is not living up to that promise. And also the process of getting this ordinance out, it's been just 4 months, and I'm the vice president of my neighborhood association, West Bench, and I only heard about it on Facebook. And so my president didn't even really know what was going on. So I wouldn't say that our association has really even participated in the process. And since the last meeting, I found out I live in an R3 zone. It's an infill duplexes. It's very dense, but it was done within the zoning code. And I just can't imagine, on this little tiny street, what would happen if a couple of my duplex, I don't know what would happen. It's a PUD. I don't know if it would be, how it would proceed with this new ordinance, but I also border C2 zones, and it just doesn't seem like the appropriate to not have any say in what's going to happen in those zones. And like some of the speakers say, I do agree that if you're going to do it in this zone, why not all zones? Why do the house next behind me that are in R1, they're protected from being duplexed or, you know, apartmented when my little R3 zone is not. And the other thing, I was kind of at the planning and zoning, they talked about, you know, build densely and transportation will come. And we know that the state has hampered a lot of our efforts to increase public transportation. So if we allow this to go through with reduced parking, all we're going to get is more congestion. We don't know if it's going to be 10 years, 20 years before public transportation catches up with what we need even right now. And I don't think an interim ordinance is what we really need. This needs to be tried and tested and not keep getting changed little piece by little piece to like appease, you know, some of the concerns. It needs to come out of the gate ready to go, because once you build and allow some of these developments, the cat's out of the bag. We can't go back. We can't undo some developments that we feel are mistakes. So I urge you to wait for the zoning committee to address this stuff, because it will not provide affordable housing when only 1 unit in 10 is required to be market rate. Thank you.
Thank you, Jody, very much. I saw Erica messaging again. We could try Erica again. Erica, we can't hear you. So was it Ed that was next?
Oh, there.
No.
I think Erica's unmuted now.
All right, go ahead, Erica.
No.
Nope. All right.
Next was actually Keith and then Ed.
Okay, Keith.
Got me?
Yes, we hear you.
Great. You can't see me, which is just fine, I suppose. Or at least I don't think you can. There you go. My name is Keith Wachlet, 1805 West Washington. I want to thank you all for your service to the city and to this community. It's tremendous sacrifice, I know, and you're all very passionate about it. I can hardly believe that I'm once again having this conversation, that it's even necessary to have a conversation about this, because just a year ago, I served on a committee with the city, the Development Notification Advisory Group, which was chaired by Councilmember Elaine Clegg, and we worked with Cody and a number of other people to improve the notification process, which in my experience had been just fine for the first 20 years I lived here, but all of a sudden I was involved tangentially and directly in 3 contentious developments around us. It's just that the world is changing. And I sought to improve that process of communication, because through communication, you're going to get better results. And we did make some improvements. There are larger, more visible signs proposed for developments and a wider mailing radius to inform and facilitate the public input. And the website made tremendous gains. In fact, tonight when I went on to log into this Zoom meeting, it was much, much easier than the previous website. So there were some gains made. And to find out that pretty much everything that we worked for a year is just out the window with this proposed ordinance. It's just gone. That all these developments that would have been talked about, that would have been potentially improved by communication with the surrounding neighbors, is just going to happen. And that the residents that are here already are just going to just have to suck it up and get used to the fact that change is coming and they don't have a voice in the process. And I really have to ask how people feel after going through what we did last year to just toss it out. I mean, if it was your favorite Mustang convertible, you polished up the wheels and you came home and your mother gave it away. I mean, we're working as if we're operating out of desperation. And in times of crisis, cool heads are what prevail. And right now, we're giving out the store. We're giving away everything. giving away our opportunity for negotiation in the future. And really, I won't even go into the other aspects of the plan because there's so many other articulate people that have expressed their thoughts about the AMI and those things. But I just would hope you would reconsider approving this as noted. The Planning and Zoning Commission pretty much said the same thing. Almost every member said the same thing. So listen to what people are telling you and we'll all be better off. Thank you.
Erica, I saw you again. We'll try one more time.
Okay, so it said it's unmuted. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, Erica Schofield, 7363 West Limelight Court, Boise. I do not support this ordinance as written based on the following reasons. We're at a critical time in our country where the public is rapidly losing trust in government. For me, the manner in which this proposed ordinance has been handled demonstrates that the process could use more trustworthy aspects. It's hard to really know what's going on behind this ordinance when the city is choosing to be opaque rather than transparent. I say that because in early December, I submitted a public records request because I was interested in the correspondence that the various housing industry and business-related groups, such as the Building Contractors Association and the Chamber of Commerce, have submitted to you. But the city has failed to even respond to that request. This makes me wonder what you are hiding from the public, and that you're failing to understand that more disclosure leads to greater trust when you choose to do the opposite. Action such as this is most likely why the consulting firm involved in the zoning code rewrite has put in their diagnostic report that there is a significant underlying of distrust that exists in our city and the process, and that they see that as something that they have encountered at an unusually high level. Another example of the process involves the project report for the Planning and Zoning Commissioners. It did not include key documents that lay the foundation for this ordinance: the 2019 Housing Affordability and Incentive Study conducted by Leland, and the 2 council work session packets from July and August. This means the commissioners were working with incomplete information, such as being aware that the original recommendation for administrative review was only for office and commercial zone districts. In addition, the documents the city has to provide for HUD refute some of the issues this ordinance is seeking. I'm speaking from the 5-year consolidated plan and the analysis of impediments to fair housing choice. They say the city's existing zoning classifications already have adequate supply of land that would permit construction of multifamily affordable rental units by right, and that the application review process as being challenging for developers is also refuted. The documents, the HUD documents, say that the Boise process is not unusually cumbersome compared to other regional population centers. And in a particular interest, it says that it is the applicant who often does not provide the full depth of information and disclosure that allow planners to approve development applications in a timely manner. So in other words, it is the applicants who are gumming up the process, not the citizens. Finally, if you remove the citizens from the public hearing process as part of this ordinance, I want everyone to know that the Idaho Code protects citizens' right to due process by a provision buried within Section 67-6521 that allows citizens a hearing to take place if 20 signatures from nearby properties are obtained. And that hearing is to be before a commission or the council, not a lower level body such as design review. Thank you.
Thank you, Erica. And next up, I think we have Ed. Or did I skip somebody again?
No, you're correct.
Okay. Welcome, Ed. You're muted. You're still muted.
Unmute, okay?
Yes, now you are unmuted. Welcome.
Hi, thanks. Madam Mayor, members of the council, and Madam Mayor, thanks for doing technical support on occasion throughout the evening. That's a new role that I don't think we ever expected to have happen. My name is Ed McCluskey. I live at 1919 Verna Lane in an R2 zone that is one of the most heavily populated R2 zones in the city and is also populated by people who are under the AMI. So let's not just broad brush R2 zones as though they were not about affordable housing. This one is and has been ever since I started teaching at the university. I won't go through a lot of other things I wanted to go through. I'll just say this. Yes, this is a tool. One person tonight called it an iterative tool. I say I have not seen the research that shows me that this tool will allow other tools to thrive. To me, that's a big problem. This could be the tool that trumps other tools, pardon that expression. I'd also say that in line with Keith just a few moments ago, that I've been on a couple of committees for the city that have to do with overlay districts, one for BSU, one for wider areas. And I don't know how this is going to affect that, but it seems like it could also be trumped by this particular ordinance. A lot of us have spent a lot of time working to find ways to incorporate a variety of people into our neighborhoods to create a culture that is respectful of all groups, races, age, gender. The list can go on. And I've lived that happily for most of my life here in Boise since the early 80s. So I'm worried about how this proposal will cut into some of the already successful but at risk diverse neighborhoods in this city. Beware of the broad brush. Efficiency is often the enemy of democracy. And that's what you've been hearing about tonight too. I'll end it there, and thanks for your time. And please sleep well tonight and enjoy the new year.
Thanks, Ed. Good to see you.
You too.
Yeah, go ahead.
We have Jason Duran.
Hello?
Yep.
Can you see me?
We can hear you, and that's enough. Let's go ahead.
Perfect. All right, Jason Duran, 2517 West Jefferson. Madam Mayor, City Council. So this is just to clarify, I'm speaking as myself and not as a member or representative of a neighborhood association. So I originally wrote a letter to planning and zoning in opposition of this ordinance, but I wanted to testify just to share some of my thinking and how it's a little more nuanced now. So I guess first, I agree with a lot of the concerns of my neighbors that this ordinance feels targeted at R3. I believe it's intended to focus new development towards existing high density zones, but I disagree with that focus. I was personally disappointed not to see R1 mentioned in the bonus ordinance beyond the adaptive reuse segments. And it was also disappointing to see the removal of R2. If these are great ideas, then they should probably be applied to all residential zones, in my opinion. I want to also say that there's parts of this bonus ordinance that I really agree with, and I think they have a lot of merit on their own. So in particular, adaptive reuse is a good one. I also agree with allowing more development near transit. I think that by right or administrative approval is a good idea for many developments, and I would like to see that be a part of, previous or the zoning code rewrite in general, or I'm not upset with that in particular with respect to this bonus proposal. I also support parking reductions. I believe Boise's off-street parking requirements are outdated and are actively working against many of Boise's goals, like its walkability, bikeability, and its climate goals. And it also works against housing affordability, in my opinion. I guess generally the root of my opposition to this ordinance is not necessarily because of the goals, because I agree with them, but in considering the history, when I walk around Boise, I see large segments of it that are, some of our most cherished residential and commercial areas that were built before any of this zoning code existed. And it's clearly visible by the, how many of the houses and stuff are non-conforming or non-conforming structures, non-conforming uses. And a lot of these are the more affordable ends anyway. So I think the biggest issue with the zoning code is that it prohibits too much. It's inflexible. And in my view, this just adds more clauses or restrictions or complicates the already kind of obtuse zoning code. And in that, I think it may fall short in meaningfully addressing affordability and invites more opposition and is counterproductive, I think, overall. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jason. And with that, that was the last of people signed up to testify. So I'm going to ask council if you have any questions for staff as follow-up before we close the public hearing. Did you just say?
Madam Mayor?
Yeah, go ahead.
I had a long list of questions, and I'm going to try to do our council members a favor and not ask my full list, because I think most of those were addressed during public testimony, and I appreciate Cody encouraging us to do that first. Cody, I do have one or two questions, though. One has to do with something that was brought up earlier, I think by the Northwest Neighborhood Association, really talking about how rezoning is our best tool in really creating change and using our leverage. And I guess my understanding with this is we're not necessarily losing that rezoning tool, because if any of these proposals or developments were to be rezoned, that rezone would still have to go through P&Z and City Council. Is that correct?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Halliburton, that's correct, and I think it's important to keep in mind with any rezone, the city can negotiate a development can request a development agreement where we can ask and negotiate for certain things, and that tool doesn't change with this.
Great. And then Cody, the other thing I heard from a couple different people, I think Marissa and Esther, they were talking about the limitations of the appeal process, and I think that it's important that there's at least an appeal process that is available for people to use if needed. And my question is, are there ways to make sure that that appeal process is not limited to neighborhood associations who may have more funding for the appeal process? I think Marissa was talking about up to $400 it might cost to go through that. And I didn't know if you have any thoughts or comments on that.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Halliburton, the appeal process certainly isn't limited to just neighborhood associations. When something's approved administratively, anyone can appeal. The fees that were quoted, I think, was linear. It was a series of appeals. So total, if someone wanted to appeal to the Design Review Committee, then to the Planning and Zoning Commission, and then to City Council, that was the cumulative cost for all of those appeals. And certainly there's nothing to say that a neighborhood association or we've seen in the past multiple neighbors, if they're concerned with something, will combine on an appeal. And if it's something with a lot of interest, that fee is divided up a lot of ways.
All right, thank you, Cody.
Madam Mayor.
Sure, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So Cody, one of the folks who spoke tonight was Esther Seha, and I thought it was fascinating what she brought up about the possibility of bringing it down to 10 units rather than 25. It sounds like we started at 50, we brought it down to 25, and now someone's floated the idea of 10. At what point does it stop being useful? How, but is that a possibility, bringing it down to 10?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Sanchez, I think it certainly is. I think with the urgency to incentivize affordable housing, the more we drop that number, the less effective this is. Certainly if council were to approve this evening, I would certainly suggest that maybe we provide you with an update, say in even 6 months. Here are the projects we've seen under this new code. Here's what appears to be working. Here's what appears to not be working. And we could certainly then even tweak it before that, 2 or 3 year code rewrite. But certainly to reduce that number is at your discretion this evening.
So to reduce it that much, what you're saying is it would affect the number of affordable units. Is that what you're saying?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Sanchez, indirectly, I think the incentive is these projects aren't then subject to a public hearing process. And so these developers looking at these projects have certainty that if they meet all of the setbacks and the other requirements and they're under 25 units, they have a certainty to take that risk with the proposal. So I think that's a fair statement.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Cody, a couple of questions. First one, I just want to clarify the process tonight. This ordinance, and as I understand it, if we were interested in moving it forward, we would vote to move it to first reading, not approve it tonight. Is that correct?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Clegg, that is correct.
Okay, thank you. I guess the second question is, I know that there was some discussion originally about focusing on corridors and ad activity centers for the affordable bonus and not simply on zoning districts. If we were to desire to move it forward, but felt like maybe we'd like to see it a little more focused like that, between now and the first reading, which would be 2 weeks from now, if we gave clear direction, could staff make, process-wise, could staff make those changes so that when it came to us on first reading, the ordinance that we saw would have whatever changes we might desire?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Clegg, I think I understood your question. It'd be slightly tweak the language associated with activity centers. If we had clear direction tonight and it's in your motion and approval, we could adjust that for the reading process, certainly.
Thank you.
Other questions? All right, well then I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing. I'll just say I really appreciate all the comments tonight, read many of your comments from previous meetings. I want to be clear again that as we look at this, we are attempting to provide a portfolio of policy solutions to address housing, trying to balance the intent of negotiating that we have not been able to do before to ensure that we have a certain percentage of units in some of these proposals where we do then negotiate that are more affordable. And we've seen discussion even just recently at CCDC about affordable housing within an urban renewal district. And it becomes so clear, as Bart Cochran said tonight, that you need different tools to be able to accomplish some of these goals. You need much bigger tools to accomplish housing that's at 20 and 30% of AMI, but we also are missing and need housing that's 80 to 100% of AMI and different tools for that. And so it really was our intent that this become one of the additional things that our city tries in the coming months to see how it works to move the needle around existing applications for affordable housing. It is not, as this passes, something that will make it so that every project gets this. They have to offer the community return in exchange for some of the things that we're willing to negotiate. That's really what we've tried to do. I appreciate that staff went through, heard public comment, came back to us with other suggestions and changes. I really appreciate some of the public is saying we need to put R1 and R2 right back into this and know that, as we try these new ideas, we'll learn from, as Cody suggested, potentially a report back in 6 months. And I'd say that we need to have constant conversation about the first couple projects that are proposed using this ordinance if it passes, so we can learn from it as soon as possible to know if, 6 months from now, 3 months from now, it's encouraged applications that we wouldn't have seen otherwise, that we've seen nothing because it doesn't do enough, that we ought to be looking at different zones, or that it reflects our intent originally that this really happen along transportation corridors and exterior to neighborhoods. Although I appreciate some of the comments saying that why push it just to the exterior? We really need to look at this throughout all neighborhoods. So there's a lot that we can continue to learn, but some things that I believe that this makes possible for us to try that we haven't been able to do before.
Madam Mayor. Thank you. You know, we are not going to approve this tonight. We may move it forward to reading. So it seems to me that it's appropriate to have some discussion before we actually make any motion, if that sounds good to you.
Yeah, I think that's a.
Thank
we're not
you.
getting a no, so we're good.
I'd also like to thank everyone who testified tonight. There was a lot of thoughtful comment. We're in a fearful time, and I heard a lot of fear tonight. I certainly understand that. It is a difficult time in our country, in this world, and change is hard. I live in a neighborhood that was developed before there was a zoning code, and certainly it's a neighborhood that's not been destroyed because it didn't have a zoning code, but one that actually is quite desired. And so while I understand the fear of change in process, I guess I'm not persuaded that a change in process will result in destruction, as we've heard tonight. And let's be clear, this isn't no process. This is a change in process. We have a lot of development in this city today that goes through a subdivision process, which does not include a public hearing. We have a lot of other development applications that go through this ministerial process that's being suggested for this tonight. And then we have rezones and conditional use permits and planned unit developments that require a public hearing. And in fact, those are things that are outside what we've decided as a community is by right within the interest of the developer. And because it isn't by right, we then have that process. What we're suggesting tonight, I think what I'm hearing is that in order to incent more housing to get built, and more housing to get built that's affordable for the workforce in our community, we need a different tool. And this is one tool that might help with one part of what we're facing. It doesn't address below 80% AMI, as we heard clearly tonight, but in fact, if you look at our Grow Our Housing strategy, there's 3 other strategies that we're using already to address those units that are below 80% AMI. It includes a land trust, it includes expanding our incentives, and it includes aligning funding and private and public sources for projects such as Adair Manor, New Path, Valor Point, and others. And while it's not enough, it's helping. This won't be enough either, but I believe firmly that it will help. And I believe if we wait, we'll wait for help. And the longer we wait for help, the less housing we'll have for the people who desperately need it in our community. And there are many who need housing and who want to live in our community. I didn't hear a lot of other solutions tonight. Heard a lot of folks who didn't want us to try this solution, but didn't hear a lot of others that we should try. And so for me, with some adjustments, I think we're on the right track here. Let me talk about the few adjustments that I think we should consider. our zoning in this city is imperfect. It's spotty here and there. It's unpredictable in some ways. I've been studying the zoning map all night. And while the zones listed make perfect sense, as you read what those zones are supposed to be, they don't necessarily make perfect sense as you look at the map. So I think one of the adjustments we could make is to limit this in the first iteration to those primary corridors and primary activity centers in the affordable housing portion of it. I think the other two portions are fine the way that they're defined today, but the affordable one, in my estimation, in the first iteration, if we're going to leave it at 25 units, should be limited somewhat to along corridors, and that's what I would want to ask the development folks to look at before we put it to reading. The other is that, and so to do that, they'd have to develop a metric, how far from a corridor, and a definition of what those corridors are. I believe the 25 number is the appropriate number if we do that limitation. I would love to see this expanded to other zoning districts, but I think as we do that, we'd probably want to consider a different number of maximum units for it to be at ministerial review, depending on the zoning district. I don't know what those are tonight. I don't think it would be wise to step into that before we get some experience with this. As the mayor talked about, I think it would be smart for us to ask for a report, probably monthly, as to how many applications are coming through, a more detailed report at 6 months as to how it's working, what's happening, possibly reviewing the first few applications to see if they're actually accomplishing what we expected, and then a full review at no later than a full 1 year from the time we adopted it to see if we need to make adjustments. Let's see. I had one more thing. I'm trying to find it in my notes here. I do believe, I understand that people are fearful of not having that hearing. I did hear Ed McCluskey talk about the research on that, and I can tell you I've done a fair amount of research on that before I was a city council member, and there is a fair amount of evidence that the hearing process is one of the biggest impediments to getting more housing built quickly. And since that's what we need right now, to me, it's a process that's worth taking the chance on. Thank you.
Madam Mayor.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. What I think I heard a lot of tonight was folks having a lot of trepidation about the fact that we have lived through a very strange year where it was difficult for us to do our community engagement like we normally would. Just as we've experienced this year, relying so much on the internet, it doesn't always work that well. It's been spotty, and that's for folks who have internet. Imagine the folks who don't, because believe it or not, there are people who don't have it. I myself didn't have a personal computer in my home until 2008. So I can relate to that. And that's what I'm hearing. I'm hearing folks who have felt disconnected. And again, we have gone through a very difficult year. The fact that we're all still standing is a miracle. But the fact is it's a very important ordinance. And I just feel that. I feel that people are nervous about what this is going to mean. I commend our staff for working on this. I think there's still more work to be done. What I hear from people is the fear that we're not preserving the people who call Boise home now. And I can relate to that. I'm somebody who lost their home to foreclosure 10 years ago for the want of $5,000. And I remember in my desperation reaching out to my brother on city council, TJ, because I was looking for help anywhere I could find it. You know, I looked at my house the other day. It's, I think, valued at, I bought it at 100,000, financed for 97. It's right by Boise State. It's now valued at 342,000. My little tall skinny house that Council President Clegg showed me was featured on the cover of the infill ordinance booklet, coincidentally. I would love to still be in my home, but I haven't. I've been a renter for the better part of a decade. The only reason I live in one of the most desirable neighborhoods in Boise is because I have a benevolent landlord who doesn't charge me full market rate rent. Were it not for that, I would not be serving with you on the Boise City Council. I'm not sure, I might be the first renter to serve on the Boise City Council. But that's what I'm hearing from our folks is we know that there are people coming. Absolutely know that. I think we're worried about the people who are already here and what's going to happen to them, because I think I bring something to the table, my colleagues, but I wouldn't be able to do that if I didn't have access to decent housing, which I do have. So that's something I want us to think about is to listen to the worry that people are expressing to us. I think they just want to have more time to give their input.
I can, Madam Mayor.
Go ahead.
I can make this pretty quick. There was one of the folks who testified tonight, I believe his name was Keith, said through communication, you're going to get better results. And I could not agree with that statement more. I love the public process. I wish there was there tonight. I wish it was a full room of people and we had the ability to do that public process. It's one of the reasons why I got involved. What I don't like is sitting behind the bench or at home from Zoom, having a proposal come in front of me and having no ability to make that place more affordable for people in my community who need it. And we don't have that tool. And right now, there's not a lot that we can do to make that type of housing available, no matter what communication we get from people coming in and testifying. I have faith in our staff that they're going to do a good job and they're going to make sure that the things that are going through are not things that we're doing to take advantage of our community, but are things that we're doing to make sure that we're achieving the goals that we're setting out to do. I believe that. The communication makes it better. I don't know how many times that Council Member Clegg has asked about what kind of wood a fence is made out of, what type of trees are going to be removed, which ones can go back in, what kind of bike parking that I'm going to push for, canal pathways, whatever it may be. Each council member has their things that they add to the table, and our staff makes a mental inventory of those. And now we don't have to ask for those things as much because they do that on their own. I have faith that our staff will do that for these projects. My one concern, and I guess my ask of staff, would be to look and see if maybe there is a way for our neighborhood associations who may not appeal something because of the cost of going through that appeal process, if there's a creative solution to make sure that income is not a barrier for people to be able to appeal, without also encouraging people to appeal every single thing that goes forward, but that we're doing that in a meaningful way. And so that would be my ask as we look into this ordinance going forward.
Madam Mayor.
Sure, go ahead.
Thank you. I just want to start by saying I'm really supportive of the changes that Council President Clegg put forward as far as the affordability piece and where those are going to be located. One of the things that I hear every once in a while is don't let Boise become like fill in the blank city. Austin, Seattle, San Francisco, you know, just wherever somebody moved from at some point, they don't want Boise to become that. And I get it, you know, we have something really special here. And as a result, people want to move here. And we're seeing that more and more. I think what this tool could do and what we would like it to do is to provide more housing for people who live here now, for people who want to live here, and who are not going to be dissuaded by bad attitudes towards newcomers. You know, it's not like we can close the gates and say, you just can't move here. We got an email from a resident asking if we could start charging people $20,000 to move here, but we can't do that. What we can do is we can make sure that we have enough places for people to call home. And we can use all of the tools in our toolbox and be really creative about the tools that we have to use. And I think that this, you know, I don't want to be too glib, but I guess I'm hopeful that this works. I think worst case scenario is we don't see actually any new affordable housing out of this tool, and we have to adjust it, which is completely fine. I think the mayor has had a really great approach to trying things out and adjusting if needed. Instead of making sure that things are absolutely 100% perfect before we even give them a shot. And I want to thank staff for being really responsive to that too, because I think it's a good approach. And I think that that way we can get something that's going to work for us. So with the changes that Council President Clegg has suggested, I think that this is something that we can go forward with, that we can try out, and maybe we can get some really good, affordable housing. And I think the other thing to address is the affordability piece, because it's not, this isn't a tool for that very low income renter. This is really a tool for people who are making, you know, a fairly decent living, but just can't quite afford a market rate place. I think that we've all been there. We've all been freshly graduated from college. We've all, you know, been going to college and having jobs that don't quite pay us enough to make our rent. And so I think that we've all been in those shoes and can understand who's going to be living in these places, and who's going to benefit from having that extra little bit of affordability to help them out. So thanks for staff for bringing this. Thanks to the mayor for supporting it. And I look forward to seeing what happens next.
Madam Mayor.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you all. I can be rather brief. I really appreciate the comments. Well, my colleagues, I'm very supportive of what Councilmember Woodings just said, and I am also very supportive of the potential improvements by Council President Clegg that were suggested. I really appreciate all the input from the citizens tonight, you know, on a late evening, and it's always very beneficial. I think each one added to what we needed to hear to continue to improve. If there's one thing though that really does not scare me because of the ability to appeal a decision, it's that administrative approval. And I do believe as we grow as a city, that it's going to become more and more difficult to hear every single item that could possibly come before us as a council. And if we put adequate measures in place, as I believe we are moving toward with this proposal, which I think can have a real benefit. And as Councilmember Wooding said, if it doesn't, we can continue to tweak it, not direct quote. We can continue to improve upon what we have done. But I feel very comfortable with where this is headed. I think that we can, like I said, continue to improve upon it. But it's a great first step. And there's going to be many layers that we need to do to ensure that we're creating the most affordable housing situation for the citizens that both live here and are coming moving forward. But I support it. I appreciate the improvements recommended by Council President Clegg, and I appreciate the work by staff. Thank you.
Madam Mayor,
Go ahead.
I support it. I think it's really difficult to do hard things. And I think the mayor's office has carried a real laboring oar on this. And the reason that this is hard is because it's one of the most important issues in Boise. It involves the intersection of a whole lot of pieces of policy that we don't even have any control over. Basic economics in the Treasure Valley, housing supply and demand, and pricing and wages. It's a real lift. It's also difficult because it's controversial. And in a difficult year, the mayor has carried it forward and brought it to us, but her team and the city staff. And in addition to being difficult, that's also brave. So I support it, and I want to give credit and accolades to where they're due. On some of the specific nuts and bolts, the administrative procedure instead of the full appeal procedure is wise and good. People are obviously entitled to due process, and the question is how much process is due. It's pushing midnight. We're all tired. This happens over and over. We need effective public hearings. And we need effective public hearings on issues that are up for grabs. In situations like this where the result is fairly predictable, an administrative process is a good way to do it. If the fees to file appeals, this is something that came up a couple of times. We refund those if the appellant prevails, not the administrative appeals, but the appeals to us. Significant portion of those fees are refundable. And so I think a reasonable fee is a reasonable requirement. In terms of where we do this, I think those are all things that we should have more discussions about, and we will have more discussions about. Many of the council president's ideas were good, but the main takeaway for me is that this is a difficult, meaty piece of policy with no clear answer that requires bravery and a certain amount of integrity to push forward in a difficult year. And I'm very grateful to be working with a team of people who were able to do that. So thank you.
Madam Mayor. Well, hearing from everyone, I think it is time for a motion. I move that we move ZOA 20-2 Planning and Development Services Zoning Ordinance Amendment to the Boise City Code, Chapter 110603.4 to permit a housing bonus in exchange for assisting the city of Boise to achieve affordable housing in targeted areas for growth and of housing and the preservation of existing buildings, that expand the housing supply with the following amendments, and that we move it forward to first reading on January 26th, which is our next meeting in 2 weeks from today. And the changes that we'd like to see come forward at that reading is to develop a metric and definition to limit the areas for the affordable housing bonus to both the zones listed and along primary corridors and at activity centers, to require notice of administrative approvals to the typical notice radius, to incorporate the changes to 25 units and below for administrative review process throughout the document, as suggested at the beginning of the hearing, to report to the council monthly on the applications that come forward through this ordinance, to do a analyzed report at 6 months of any applications that have gone forward to approval, and to do a full review at 1 year, looking for any adjustments or changes that might be made.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there additional conversation, discussion?
Cody, are you clear now? Does that clarify it for you?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Clegg, yes, that gives us enough to finalize the ordinance language. Thank you.
Thank you.
And then also, I'll just jump in here. I want to make sure, as we discussed at the beginning, you might have said it and I didn't hear it, that any reference to 50 units rather than 25
right.
Should be amended to be 25 units.
Yeah, that was my third one.
Oh, great. Okay, good.
Thank you.
Well, in advance of calling for the vote, I just want to say, first off, thanks for the attention tonight, both from the public that testified and council members tonight. Thanks for your kind words. But I want to be clear that this has really been made possible in partnership with so many of you that have worked on this and given us feedback, to our incredible staff that, you know, tried to respond to some of the ideas that we had and we wanted to try, got comfortable, as Councilmember Woodings pointed out, in trying new things, not necessarily certain that it'll be perfect, but that we want to try to move the needle incrementally, and then set about coming up with a policy proposal. And so really appreciate our team's commitment to coming up with new solutions, and then the partnership with all of you to put them into action and to see what happens, and helping tonight to make it even better.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, if I could make one brief comment, I just want to thank you for your determination to bring this forward. I know there was criticism tonight for the speed of this, but given the crisis, frankly, that we face in housing units in this city, I think it was well justified, and I don't think it would have happened without your determination to make sure it did. And of course, without the staff's response to that, to bring forward a great draft and then to take it out to the public and respond to those public comments. So thank you.
Madam Mayor.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to echo Council President Clegg's appreciation for your work on this. I would like to offer, moving forward, the fact that you do have a renter on City Council now. You do have somebody who lost their home to foreclosure in the last recession. I would love to be part of meetings moving forward about our housing issues. Quite frankly, I think that's why I was elected, because I was willing to tell the truth about what it's like to struggle in this housing market, having been living in Boise since 1989. So I think I'm a true blue Boisean, and I'm one of those people who wants to stay. So I would just like to offer that.
Thank you very much. All right, clerk, will you please call the roll?
Clegg.
Yes.
Halliburton.
Yes.
Sanchez.
Yes.
Thompson.
Yes.
Woodings.
Yes.
Agent.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
All right.
Madam Mayor, I move we adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, we're adjourned. Stay safe and healthy, everybody. Take care. Bye-bye.
Thank you, everyone.
Good night.
Good night.